The school should have secured the letters, pass letters, to enable the students pass through, and even by the time they will be in Nairobi, they will be able to reach their homes actually safely, having also the prior preparation. Because prior preparation is actually what made everything actually fail. Because you find a student who was traveling from Eldoret to Nairobi. By reaching Nairobi, it was already, 7:30, almost 8. Now they were stranded. They had to sleep along the streets, which is actually, the country knew that the schools will close down. The country knew that there were those who were sitting for the exams. And of course, let me tell you, Victor, when the lockdown was made, of course, the president was very clear that there are students who are now, sitting for their exams, and that they also had their own leeway to do their exams very peacefully. As soon as they finish, they'll go back to their own homes. So it was not, a surprising thing that the children were to go back to their homes. It was something that was pre-planned. Why what we are witnessing, why we are seeing what we are seeing, I really don't understand. So it is something that we must have the pre-arrangement before the whole incident, so that we don't let our people suffer unnecessarily. Because the students are very innocent. They don't know anything about the curfews. They don't know anything about so there must be a prior arrangement in everything that we are doing. You also saw, Victor, when the beginning of this lockdown, many people were caught off guard. Those who are in Eldoret, they remained there. Those who are in Nakuru, they could not make it to the other side of the world.
Something that raised an uproar.
And it shows how maybe, I don't know, are we taking these, these strict rules with the full advice of the law, or we are, why are we in a hurry that we don't have to think that there are those others who could be outside the premises that we are talking about? So I think this is something that the planners must plan well, and they should advise the president as to when anything is to be done, because if it was the advice of the professionals, the Ministry of Health and all this and that, they should have been also able to consider how the time frame under which all those who are outside, those who are inside, those who would wish to go out of Nairobi, and these other lockdown counties, they would be given time to make their own way to their own homes or respective areas where they would wish to be during the lockdown. So I think this is something that in future it has to be looked into. So that we don't let our people suffer unnecessarily.
Absolutely. We are not alone in studio. We have got two gentlemen, and by the way, there's nothing like we are not sensitive to gender parity. All right, we'll balance it. We promise we'll balance it. With me is Joseph Semecha, who is a governance expert as well as a political analyst, as well as Dr. David Masanga, all the way from the United Kingdom. Gentlemen, if you can hear me, Dr. Masanga, let me start with you, far away from home. Good morning.
Good morning, Kenya. Good morning, Africa. Thank you very much in the studio. Thank you very much, Dr. Rokich. I remember his name vividly in the studio. and thank you very much, my friend, the communication director. Thank you. The guy we have struggled so much to reach where we are. Thank you.
Absolutely. Masanga, we'll get back to you. I hope UK is doing pretty well. You'll tell us more about that.
First of all, before you go, United Kingdom only removed this lockdown on 12th of this month. Let me tell you, it was even difficult to enter a pub to have a drink. So all these excuses in Africa, Jermaine, the rule of law is clear. 8 o'clock, start going home at 5. That's my position.
Okay, we will ask you more about that, Dr. Masanga. And Joseph Semecha, good morning once again. It's good to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see you too. I'm coming to you from Bunyore and Vihiga. It is certainly much better here than in the United Kingdom.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I hope everything is fantastic down there in the village, and we are going to get more into details. We've just been talking about the issues, lockdown, and there is an uproar from a number of Kenyans saying that this is just affecting them. What do you say about this, Semecha?
I hear you. I actually have a slightly different opinion. While as a matter of principle, I agree with what Dr. Masanga is saying,
Yes.
People must respect when laws, rules, procedures are put in place. But a government has a responsibility, one, to prepare its people, to give it information in advance and prepare its people. A government also has a responsibility to facilitate, to aid the obeying of those rules and regulations. And one of the person you were talking to earlier put it very well. A lot of people do not have personal means of transport. They are compelled to stay at work until 5 p.m. that Dr. Masanga is talking about. So unless the government works in advance with employers, what can these people do? And if they don't go to work and stay until 5, they don't earn. So really, I put responsibility on government as having failed its own people. You don't just throw information out there and hope that somehow people will comply.
Okay, let me just bring in Dr. Masanga in this and ask him. Dr. Masanga, you said that UK is also on a lockdown. What is quite different with us here in Kenya, and what are some of the lessons we can borrow? And how are they handling it there in the UK?
First of all, as you know, the pandemic has hit hard in Europe. The only biggest advantage that Europe has is that Europe has a social contract. We in Africa don't have a social contract. We don't have it. In China, there is a social contract. That's why they finished the entire pandemic. Wuhan, which is 80 million people, there is no more COVID at all. That's where the thing started. The difference with Africa is we have, as I agree with my friend, for the first time in our lives when we have met on TV, that we have not prepared our people well enough. We should prepare our people. And two, although, let's tell the truth, our characters are very bad. We have bad characters, we Africans. We are reactive. We are not proactive. If you ask an African that there will be a case in The Hague, he will go to get the visa on Friday when he's flying on Monday. And they inconvenience the whole system. Why are we not proactive? On 18th of February 2020, yes, I was in The Hague on the Somalia case with Kenya. I wrote a document. I warned Africa. I wrote to 54 heads of state that this thing is coming. On the 7 heads of state took my letter and replied and said, thank you very much. And those that took my advice includes my own country.
Yes.
7 put regulations. I want to ask people in Kenya.
Okay.
Why is the rate of infection across the border?
All right. Bwana Masanga, we'll get back to you. Bwana Masanga, I'm coming back to you shortly. I'm coming back to you shortly, and we are going to discuss more in details. Let me just bring in Rotich in studio. Rotich, you've heard what Dr. Masanga is saying. What is your take on that?
I think, Victor, we are talking about 2 different worlds.
Yes.
Kenya is quite different in the sense that the standard of living of our people is quite low. Majority of our people are living on hand to mouth. They are living on what they are getting on daily basis.
Yes.
So
they must go out if they have to eat. So this is a whole world of difference. We don't stock our food. We don't even so what we are investing so much in is our time. We are also investing, I mean, our day-to-day, lookout for food. So in this case, we cannot equate ourselves with these other developed countries where they can stock their food for several months. So in this case, Kenya is a different place and it must be treated differently.
Yes.
And in this case, when you are preparing for a lockdown, the country should be preparing on how to mitigate the problems that these people are facing, especially in the areas of food. And in the areas, like now when we talk about medical facilities, there should be a arrangement or plan as to those people who have been depending, like those people who are now applying from outside the 5 counties which are under lockdown.
Yes.
They are getting their medical services in Nairobi, Nairobi Hospital, Kenyatta hospitals, Karen hospitals. All these hospitals are centered in Nairobi. Has it been prepared before the lockdown that these people have their freeway to their health facilities? So these are some of the things that we must consider.
Absolutely.
And if we have to have these people locked down, are we able to provide food for them? If the government is not able to provide food for them, then they must be given an ample time to look for their well-being. I mean, what they are actually eating on a daily basis. So that is the difference, that is the whole world of difference between us and other countries outside, the European countries. They can have a permanent lockdown for several months.
All right. So let's get into the gist of the story today. And over the weekend, and a lot of meetings have been happening. And let me bring in Simeha from Vihiga in Bunyore. Simeha, the race to have Ruto running mate is actually heating up. We have got two camps already, one supporting Mathira MP Rigathi Gachagua and another one supporting former CS Mwangi Kiunjuri. What do you make of this? Are we going to have a crack in the Ruto camp anytime soon?
I don't know whether we'll have a crack or not, but as a matter of principle, I think now the political dynamics are taking a better turn. Why do I say better turn? Previously, it has been the top leaders, let me use that word, top leaders, who have meetings, have photo ops, sort of dictate the pace of what is happening. It is very nice to see the power shift to a lower level where there are people who are coalescing and talking and discussing and organizing and then making demands on the leadership, on the top leadership. That really is very good for development of democracy. Oftentimes in our country, it is the most powerful, the top leaders who make decisions and then dictate what happens even at the lowest levels in the wards and constituencies. It's a fantastic thing to see leaders from regions, leaders from counties, organize, mobilize their people, coalesce around each other and issues, and form themselves into a power base that they can use to bargain for their interests with top leaders. So I just want to say that I don't know whether there'll be a rift or not, but I actually think that is good for Ruto's camp. That ought to happen in other camps where it is not everybody looking up to the leader up there. The leader also has to listen and look where the people are and recognize that that is where the true power ought to lie.
Okay. Let me just bring in Dr. Masanga here. Dr. Masanga, there seemed to be a crack. What is your take on that? Because as it is right now, the race to have Ruto running mate is already heating up. Dr. Masanga.
First of all, thank you very much. I don't know which party Ruto is going to run on because one leg is in Jubilee. He hasn't declared whether he has left Jubilee. I'm a friend of the Jubilee party. I don't hide. I'm not a voter in Kenya, but I'm a friend. Each party has friends. I'm one of those. And I don't know whether Ruto will run on Jubilee ticket or which. He has not officially told us. So which crack where? To crack with what? Because we don't know. Let's be very honest. Rotich, Dr. Rotich, is it Kenjit in the studio will tell you, when you are planning your finances, you focus, you put your budget. I know he's an expert in budgeting and so on. You know what you are going to do, and I tell the people, I will spend 200 million in this and that and that. But as far as we are concerned, Ruto has not told anybody which party he will use. He still wants to power in the ruling party. He still belittles the president. He's still staying in the same party. Let him make a decision. So when you tell me Kinjuri and my friend from my friend from Mathira in Nyeri,
yes,
both of these guys are non-starters. First of all, one cannot even speak English. The other one cannot even construct a sentence. So, which Kenyan, you or will you accept that? That is one of them can. These are people making money out of Ruto. I have told you Dr. Ruto still has a lot of problems, a lot of roadblocks. There will be a lot of challenges before he can pick up that candidature. So let him concentrate on nitty-gritty three things. Some of us, like me, Oro, I am a son of Africa. I have told you I will defend Africa, and I will defend an African who goes to the ICC. I will not allow any African ever to be taken to the ICC. Even if you have hurt me like Ruto has hurt me, if anything happens to him, I will defend. Even if you hurt me like Museveni has hurt me, if he's taken to the ICC, I will refuse. Yes. Because Africa must begin to have its own courts, must begin to interrogate their own people. The gentleman in the studio talked about, don't compare Europe, and we have had independence for 59 years. Every year during the dry and season, the chairman of Red Cross is begging for money, surely. And yes, you are telling people on the national television that we cannot prepare after 57 years. Don't we know that the hunger will strike in Turkana? Yes. Don't we have a meteorological department saying floods will come? Part of the problem we have, we hate the truth. And Sameka and my doctor friend in the studio will agree with me. If you come to Africa and start telling the truth, prepare your journey towards the Maker very fast. So time has come for Africans, younger people like you, yes, in the studio, to stand up. For us, I am going. For me, I'm going. I am 65 years old. I've done my bit. I am going. God will take me in a time when he wants. But I want to leave a generation that reasons, that thinks about Africa, that does not do things wrongly. You are in two parties. Then you say you are creating. Which one are you going to stand in? Leave Uhuru Kenyatta. If you are okay, all right. Let me finish it here.
Okay, we are taking a break. We are taking a break, Dr. Masanga. Dr. Masanga, let's take. Okay, one second, please.
If Dr. Ruto does not want to be in the Jubilee Party, if he's a man enough, stand up and say, I have gone, I am with you, dear. Then people will love him. But you are both in two legs, in two several parties. Who will love you? Nowhere.
Dr. Masanga, all the way from the UK. Let's take a break. You've taken us on a break. Thank you so much. We are taking just a break. And with me here, I have my... It's good morning, so I'm taking my tea. You can also sip your tea. We'll be right back in a moment. More yet to come. Take a break.
Umeomoka. Kama hujaomoka kwenye Quickbit ndio mambo yote. Hapa tuko na fridge, kodi yake ni CM. Tuko na gas cooker, kodi yake ni CK. Tuko na TV, kodi yake ni TV. Tuko na simu aina ya Samsung ni SM ama Oppo ni Oppo. My friend, mahali popote unanitazama, eka hizo kodi zake kisha utume kwa 4032353. 4032353. Alafu utakuwa unaomoka na hizi bidhaa. Kumbuka kwenye Quickbit ni bila bora zaidi kwa bei ya chini kwa chini.
Can you believe we get to come out here every day?
So what do we do now?
We take it day by day. I have to believe that something good is gonna come out of this.
Next on Namleta mgeni ule mpangaji.
Mbona hamfanya hivi lakini?
Kwa leo tu, kesho tutakwenda kutafuta ile nyumba nilokuambia. Asiweza kutumia huo mzigo. Shukrani sana. Sasa shindwa mwenyewe.
Kuna ile kule store.
Nina ile store hiyo kama kundalalisha huko, mndalalisha mama. Alafu na wewe tena nani?
Mimi naitwa Barbara.
Ifika huko.
Nichukulie kwa mfano ndani ya matatu.
Yaani mtu mzima na miaka zake hizo miaka zote. Mtu ajua kuandika noti tu peke yake. Kusema kweli itasaidia hapo.
Mimi nakusaidia na nini?
Nauliza. Ni bwana.
Chukia.
Ameanza.
Welcome back. You are watching KBC Channel 1. This is Good Morning Kenya, and we are still on with people and politics. With me is Dr. Rotich. With me in studio, we have Dr. Masanga all the way from the UK, and we have got Joseph Simeha, who is in Ingo itself, in Bunyore in Vihiga County. Gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. Let me come back to you, Dr. Rotich. You've heard what Dr. Masanga has said. Let me give it back to you. What is your take?
I think, Victor, Dr. William Ruto, the deputy president, is the most intelligent man. Mm-hmm. He has a whole wealth of information. Mm-hmm. He's experienced. And when we are not guessing whether we will be in Jubilee or he will be wherever he will be at any given time. Mm. But I strongly believe that he has planned himself very well. He's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya,
yes,
who was elected along with His Excellency the President. Mm. He has not finished his term to quit the Jubilee Party, even if there are intrigues that we are witnessing. And if you have heard of his talks, he has been explained that if Jubilee will not change, he may opt for another party, which is allied to Jubilee, that is UDA. Yeah. But he has not decided yet. He has given only his options open. And it is not our options to tell him that you quit or you don't quit. Of course, Kenyans are politicking. Mm. But Ruto himself has to weigh what is good for him and what is good for his leadership. Mm-hmm. In this case, he has the trust of Kenyans. He was given the mandate, a 5-year mandate, to assist to assist the president, yes, as his principal advisor. Whether the president takes his advices or not, he is there available to offer his service as he was elected by the people of Kenya. Mm. And going to politics about what is happening all over, you talk of Gachagua, you talk of...
Yes, right.
Let me tell you, Victor, 2022 is hardly 14 or 15 months away from now. And the political alignment are shaping up. And looking or going by it, Victor, you know, much of Ruto's expectation is the support from Mount Kenya. Mm. And they have come a long way with them. Recently, we've heard about some behind-the-scene arrangement that Ruto would wish to to come in coalition with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. That is still something that is subject to, we are still guessing. It is not yet in the open. And one thing that you should know is that these guards, since the rumors went round that Ruto is preparing to maybe bring about the coalition between Raila, You know, Mount Kenya is a rich voting region.
Yes.
And Mount Kenya has stood with Ruto all along, as he has stood with His Excellency the President.
Yes.
And Ruto is banking on the votes of Mount Kenya to make him the president, and of course the rest of the Kenyans.
Yes.
So when Raila seems to be making his own way to come, to come to alignment with His Excellency the Deputy President, of course Mount Kenya is also watching very keenly, and that is why Ruto has to balance his politics very well. How he relates to Mount Kenya, how he relates to Raila, how he relates with Western Kenya, the rich voting the county. So in this case, what I'm seeing on the ground is that Mount Kenya would be negotiating for a better position in the government of His Excellency the Deputy President come 2022. So that is a very natural happening. And of course, you've heard His Excellency say that the only gateway to Mount Kenya is the front door.
Is the front door.
And it now depends entirely on how the Deputy President will pass through the front door to the rich voting areas, the central region.
All right.
But this is something that I want to tell you, Mr. Victor.
Briefly, yes.
And this is a situation whereby His Excellency the Deputy must balance his politics very well. He has to get the votes from Western Kenya, which we also believe it is a high population. There is also the central, the Mount Kenya region, and also now the Kenyans at large, because they must have a share in his government.
Absolutely.
So what we are just saying, he has a job to do. He has to balance well. If he has to, his success come 2022 depends entirely on how he will balance the Mount Kenya rich region and the rest of Kenyans.
Okay, all right. So let me bring in Simeha on this one. Simeha, is there any roadblock for Deputy President William Ruto? And of course, just to bring in, how will this affect the voting pattern in central Kenya now that we have got, allegedly, we have got two camps already split on who to be the running mate of Deputy President William Ruto?
There certainly are many roadblocks, some from the system, some from just the political dynamics in Kenya, and there will always be roadblocks for, anyone who is looking for political power in Kenya.
Yes.
That is not news. They will always be there. The challenge, I think, and what will be news is, how one handles these roadblocks. What you are seeing as a split, actually, I may also say for the first time, I would agree with Dr. Masanga on something on television. It's too early to say really anything about whether there's a roadblock or a split in anything around Dr. William Ruto. And that is why I was sort of shifting the discussion and saying that I don't even find value in focusing so much on William Ruto, but I find value in the fact that dynamics around him and the way he does his politics have forced people lower than him, a broader group, to begin to discuss, to begin to organize, to begin to mobilize, to begin to put on the table their interests. And I think, as the media, you owe it to the people to encourage that kind of discussion rather than just focusing on these 1, 2, 3 individuals. That, what is the role of the rest of us? From MPs to MCAs to those who have just an interest in politics, or do we just have to wait to be pangwad, as Ruto likes to say, kupangwa by those, who are higher up there? I think the people who are lower, the people who are, these people depend on for support, can actually organize them, can actually make demands and shape which direction they go. So for right now, we keep focusing on which direction Ruto goes according to his own determination. It would be interesting to see which direction he goes, or any one of these other politicians, Ruto, Raila Odinga, Musalia Mudavadi, and so on, according to how the people who support them determine.
Yes.
And for me, it's good to encourage people to organize, mobilize, and force their political leaders to listen to them and to go into the direction that their supporters demand, based on articulation of interests.
Yes.
So I would find the issue of a running mate from Mount Kenya a non-issue if it is not about representation of interests. And I think what will prevail from that region or any other region in this country will be articulation of genuine interests of the people. But unfortunately, that may not happen if people remain ignorant and just want to focus on Ruto, Raila, Musalia, whatever, whoever, and so on. The focus needs to turn the way it seems to be turning back onto the people for them to organize and shift the balance of power.
Yeah, Dr. Simeha, let me just bring you here briefly. They have met, over 60 MPs met over the weekend, and part of the demand is that they want to see what are some of the economic gains they will gain should they have to support Deputy President William Ruto. Do you really think these are genuine demands, or they're just making them for the sake of it?
I wonder why Dr. Masanga is laughing at them. I hope
he will explain to us. He will explain to us.
I hope they're genuine, but you know what will make a difference? Those MPs are organizers, they are mobilizers, they are leaders. Yes. But what will make a difference is whether they can demonstrate their interests are hooked into the interests of the people they represent. Because sometimes they have run around like, dogs chasing their tails, completely leaving the people behind, and purporting to, to tell the world that by them appearing with for example, Dr. Ruto, they are demonstrating support from Mount Kenya. It hasn't always been the case, because sometimes something has happened and we see a shift in the perception of the masses from that region. So I think what is going to matter, and I would like to give them total benefit of doubt, and hope that those demands are genuine. What is going to matter is whether they demonstrate a connection between what they are saying and the demands from the people they represent from their constituencies. And that, again, for me, would be really beautiful in terms of our politics in this country.
Yes.
That it's shifting from what the leaders decide, it's shifting from what leaders say, to them having to follow the interests of the people who support them.
Absolutely. Let me bring in Dr. Masanga here. And Dr. Masanga, you laughed, and yes. Simeha is just wondering, and why did you laugh? And what is your take on this particular part? Dr. Masanga.
First of all, I just want to tell you, and to tell your, my fellow colleague, Dr. Rotich, in the studio, yes. Raila Amolo Odinga will be on the ballot.
Okay.
Single-handedly. He doesn't need Ruto. Take it from me and record this day that I told you.
Rotich will respond to that.
Sleep. Yeah, go and sleep, enjoy, put your legs anywhere in the water, in what Raila Amolo Odinga will be on the ballot. Why? Why? If you see me, who has been his chief critic, I'm one of those who knows the editor from long time ago.
Right.
I am not a civilian, I'm a soldier. From 1978, I've worked with the people of Kenya, the Luo people. Obote trained me to love Luo people.
Okay, so what do you think?
No, wait, I'm coming. I'm now telling you, point number one, Raila Amolo Odinga will be on the ballot. You forget your thing of saying he's talking to Ruto. To do what? To do what with Ruto? They talked in 2007, you saw what happened. They will do what? Two.
But Dr. Masanga, they say in politics there are no permanent enemies. There are no permanent friends.
I have not said they are enemies. I am only telling you what I know. Do you want me to add the word authoritatively? So that you can know and take my word seriously. Raila Amolo Odinga will be on the ballot.
Okay, it's upon him to declare. He's not declared that. We'll wait and see that.
Yes. No. Yeah, the handshake candidate. Okay. And I repeat, the handshake candidate will be on the ballot. Whoever wants to come under there, you can form your UDA, you can do whatever. Point number two, people don't like the truth. Point number two, the people saying they want demands from Ruto. If I were His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, my younger friend, a younger man I saved from the ICC, please keep this money for your children. Keep the money for your children. Because some of these people, I don't want to use a bad word on your television, but some of them are sharks. They want to pay their bills, sir. Watu wako na madeni. There are some of those MP, there are like 2 of them. They will not come back. You will not come back. I have started the pattern of Kenyan voting pattern. You can bring me an exam. I and Rotich will sit down. I will beat Rotich and I will add his marks on mine.
No, Masanga, no.
Yes, I'm saying the truth. The voting pattern, let me speak my mind. Okay. The voting pattern of Kenya, how people vote in Kenya.
Yes.
My dear friend, they are not going to vote for Ruto. These guys are just looking for money. When politics comes, the man who is going to go in that region and say, you know what, this is what I want. The man you should watch out for is one guy who will deliver this vote, rich vote area is Uhuru Kenyatta. Whatever inroads Ruto has made in Mount Kenya are money-making inroads. But the people down there, they will ask one question, which they have been asking all the time. Omundu wefe, what has our person said? What has our person said? If you say, I don't know, that's those I have been here for a long time than the 2 of my panelists.
Yes.
So I know the politics. I have seen the politics of Uganda.
Yes.
I've seen the politics of Zimbabwe. I've seen the politics of Ashanti. I've seen the politics of the Igbo. Look at the African comparative politics.
All right.
Big tribes always come and they have their leader, they know who will tell them where to go.
All right.
If you look at the number of votes last election from Kiambu only, everybody, even people who are in hospital in Kiambu, were carried to go and vote.
Okay.
So if you are going to play about and you say you insult Uhuru, then you go to Ruto and pick money, my advice here now.
Fine. Dr. Masanga, coming back to you, we'll come back to you briefly. Let me just bring in, we'll come back to you briefly, Dr. Masanga. Just hold on. Dr. Rotich is saying that he has got something to tell you because he said that you're accusing him. Dr. Rotich, Dr. Masanga is saying that...
let us remain with the fact that Dr. William Ruto, who is actually the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, delivered votes when he was with his Right Honorable Raila Odinga. He made Raila Odinga where he went, the Prime Minister. He delivered also when he came together with His Excellency the President. He delivered. You want to tell me when he's now alone, he's defeated? This is the most experienced gentleman who has walked around and he has delivered to the people of Kenya. I mean, when you talk about the Mount Kenya, alluding them that they are up after the cash, that is an abuse. Mount Kenya people are after resources that will build their own region.
Yes.
And the coalition, the coalition that Mount Kenya people are looking forward is the coalition that will bring resources that will deliver to the people of Mount Kenya. That is the bottom line. It is not about that these guys are working on individual gains.
Yes.
And that is why they are eyeing for the number 2 slot. That is why they are eyeing that, yes, Ruto, even when you talk about what is it that they are going to give us, once Ruto deliver a seat or seats that will make Mount Kenya people, lead themselves, because it's out of their own representation that they can deliver to their own people.
Yes.
So in that case, that is what Mount Kenya people are after. And when you talk about Right Honorable Raila, I'm not saying that he's not going to contest. I have not confessed that. He has not even declared that he's going to contest. But what we know of late, the Western region, which has been the voting bank of Right Honorable Raila Odinga, are now with the ANC. The coast provinces, which has been with Right Honorable Raila Odinga, are now coming on to coalesce among themselves. They want to form a strong position that will also bargain for the bigger seat. So in this case, when you tell me about the rich support of Right Honorable Raila, where are we? I mean, which areas are we actually looking at?
Yes.
I mean, coalition is the key. Right Honorable Raila may decide to form a coalition with His Excellency the Deputy President. There is nothing so hard to do that. And even when you look at it, Victor, you can see there must have been a positive discussion behind the scenes. When you see the two oppositions actually talking together, you see there is more peace in their talk than ever.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So are the MPs, because the MPs that have been meeting are both from Central and from Rift Valley, majorly.
Yes.
Are they genuine? Are they so honest to Deputy President William Ruto?
I believe they are honest. How can you measure honest, Victor?
Yeah.
These people, they have been working together all along. Those from the Central, they have been visiting Rift Valley. Those from Rift Valley, they have been visiting Central. How can we measure them, the extent or the magnitude of faith that they have? What we can tell by what we are seeing is that they have been together. And in this case, Ruto has made inroads to every region of this republic. It is not only about the Central region. Yeah. Even Western Kenya is the home of Ruto. About more than half of the MPs are talking the same language with Ruto. Just
the other day we saw MP Didmas Barara saying that he's going to take a sabbatical.
Let me tell you, Victor, as it is now, as the real politics are actually shaping up, you cannot miss one or two people who will actually defect.
Yeah.
I mean, Ruto is a politician, and those others who are surrounding him are also politicians. ANC would wish to build themselves. There are also all those others in other places who want to build their own regions. So in this case, finally, when you talk about 140 members of parliament, my friend, and compare with about 80 members of parliament, maybe from the ODM part, you are seeing a strong force that must be recognized, that must be appreciated. So in this case, His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, will not be contesting come 2022. And those who are at the backyard, the people who will now decide the Mount Kenya votes, are the Mount Kenya people.
Okay.
They must talk among themselves. They must say, which slot are we eyeing in the next government? And by the look of things, they are looking at number 2 slot, which of course they are entitled. They have numbers. And that is why they are now, even though they are jostling among themselves, of course it is so, it is very, very normal in a democratic setup.
Okay.
Finally, the people of Mount Kenya will decide who will lead them. And that is actually something that we are... So Ruto is not in danger in any way. Those people are discussing who is going to be, who will take number 2 slot or number 3 slot.
You can see Masanga on my
I know Masanga is I know what I understand about this.
Masanga is like you're in a class and you have got something burning.
Let me say something to...
No. Let's just go to Masanga before his hand drops down.
He's
Masanga,
burning up.
What are you saying?
I agree with you.
Yes.
I am an elder in Africa.
Yes.
I give advice. I am just telling His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, spare some of this money for your children. Because I know the people he's dealing with. Some of these people were people I was buying lunch. I know how they operate. Honestly, I have not said he will not pass. He can win. He will win a constituency. That's not a problem. He might be the president. That's not a problem. But for now, the race is too early. I am telling him to spare his money so that his children don't suffer in the future when he doesn't have the money. Because when you find some of the guys who went for a meeting in Rwanda, if you find them in another hotel, briefing other people what they want, you can go and die quickly. So I am now telling Rotich, how will you have a president from the Rift Valley and then have a deputy from Mount Kenya? It's the same thing. You are now taking Kenya. What about the Western? What about the coast? Political science you need a strategy. I am a risk assessment officer. I have a pride record to tell you I've defeated so many bad agencies, including ICC, because I do risk assessment. Let me tell you, it is very dangerous today to lie to Dr. William Ruto that you go to Mount Kenya, insult Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, using Ndindi Nyoro, using Moses Kuria, using Kajakwa, who might not even see the vote. They might never come in parliament.
Masanga, hold it there. Just hold it there for a moment. Wow. Let me bring in Simeha here. Simeha, I'm completely in the middle. Masanga, hold on. Okay, hold on. Thank you. Simeha, I'm all alone here, smack in between Dr. Masanga and Dr. Rotich. All of them are doctors, and now this is a battle of brains. Come to my aid, Simeha. 140 MPs, does this relate to votes on the ground for Deputy President William Ruto? Help me.
First of all, I wish we could get to Masanga something to smoke to calm him a little bit.
I'm taking coffee, chocolate.
Okay.
Chocolate.
Fine.
Actually, chocolate from Ghana.
Okay.
From Ghana.
Fine.
Thank you.
All right, Masanga. Okay, continue, Simeha.
No, let me tell you this, Law. It's not automatic. It is. Remember, these are people who are also worrying about their own welfare. As I said earlier, it's good to give them total benefit of doubt that they are organizing, mobilizing their constituencies, in terms of constituencies, not just in terms of where they are voted, but in terms of the region, on the basis of shared interests. But it's too early to say that they are actually demonstrating that they have coalesced all those interests together and they're projecting them in a way that can have an impact on national politics or in whatever coalition they're involved in. It's still a little too early to actually talk about that. They can shift anytime. Right now, they're worrying about their personal interests. Secondly, Rotich said something about two things that I want to, as some friend of mine would say, deconstruct.
Yes.
You know, it's, with tremendous respect, it's purveyance of lies and rumors to say, one bit you say the whole of Western has gone to ANC. And then immediately in the same sentence, you say about more than half of MPs in Western are with Ruto. What exactly are you talking about? I am speaking to you from Western. I am a political actor in Western, very active one. I wonder whether Rotich knows where Western is. There are things that I think people hear that, Western is here and there, and they imagine that is the truth. I think on a platform like this, national television, we must be engaged in critical analysis on the basis of factual information. Another thing I want to debunk, I have been a member of ODM since its founding in 2005.
Yes.
2006. What I want to debunk is, again, what I heard, that Dr. Ruto delivered the Rift Valley vote to Raila Odinga or to ODM. That is not true. I have been an active participant in the presidential campaign in 2007 and 2013 and 2017. What happened in 2006-07 is that the region of the Rift Valley completely shifted to ODM. Ruto came later, after his region had shifted. But he came as a very astute and very aggressive politician, and he overshadowed a number of people like Kosgei, both Kosgei Sally and the other Kosgei Bet and others. But it's a lie. I keep hearing this lie being repeated that Ruto supposedly made Raila the prime minister. That's a big lie. He came into ODM to be a beneficiary of the popularity of ODM in the Rift Valley. So I keep hearing this lies. And when we are in a program like this, by the way, or Lord, yes, I speak very cautiously when I'm talking about ODM and Raila, because I don't want to come out as praising Raila or ODM. I want to try as much as I can to be objective. Yes. And where I need to, to be a critic of Raila, I do it if and when I have the facts. So I would plead that we do this analysis on the basis of facts. It is too early. It is noise. There's a lot of noise. And if we are going to be swayed by this noise to imagine that Ruto is the presidential candidate to beat, I think we are looking up the wrong tree. And finally, just as a member of ODM, to confirm to you, yes, for sure, the Orange Democratic Movement Party will have a presidential candidate as an ODM candidate. Other people may come in to support, other people may come in to negotiate and be part of that coalition, but this is going to be an ODM presidential candidate. That I can also tell you for sure as a member of the technical team of my party.
Okay. Thank you, Simeha. And On that note, gentlemen, we just need to take a very short commercial break. We'll be right back with more after this break. We want to talk about the BBI. The MPs have finally agreed to vote on some of the key BBI issues, as well as we expect Senior Counsel Ngatia to face the JAC panel today. What does he have to say on that? Let's take a break. We'll be right back in a short while. Stay with us.
Je, umeomoka? Kama hujaomoka kwenye Quickbin ndio mambo yote. Hapa tuko na fridge, kodi yake ni CM. Tuko na gas cooker, kodi yake ni CK. Tuko na TV, kodi yake ni TV. Tuko na simu aina ya Samsung ni SM, ama Oppo ni Oppo. My friend, mahali popote unanitizama, eka hizo kodi zake kisha utume kwa 4032353. 4032353. Alafu utakuwa unaomoka na hizi bidhaa. Kumbuka kwenye Quickbin ni bila bora zaidi kwa bei ya chini kwa chini.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Call the police station. Let's go.
No, let me go. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything.
Someone shot your wife. What? She's at the Continental Hospital. Emma asked Amaya to go to her apartment, and either she or someone else shot her.
Oh, my sweet Lord. I was arrested, and they want to put me behind bars. What? I need immigration. Please help me. I have no one else to turn to.
She got into an accident, and she was shot.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
His will is still alive, Nikita. My son Ashok is still alive.
If we had to capture Ashok alive, then we had to keep Bindusar alive as well.
I completely break your spirit.
How can this stop me from entering my own home and protecting my people?
No matter how much you think, we cannot get inside.
What is going on? Who are they?
Whoever has closed the door will not be spared from our curse. Just get that one thing clear in your head.
Welcome back. You are watching People and Politics on KBC Channel 1. This is where you get everything you need to know about politics and matters concerning you. In studio, I have Dr. Rotich. In studio, I have Dr. Masanga joining me via Zoom all the way from the UK. And of course, I have Joseph Simeha, who is also a political analyst, as well as joining us all the way from Western Kenya, that is in Vihiga County. Gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us. It is an interesting debate we're having here. Let's just shift debate briefly, and let's talk about the issue of BBI now that the MPs seem to have finally agreed to vote on some of the key issues on that proposed bill. Let me start with you, Dr. Rotich, now that you're here. What should we expect now that somehow they have softened their stand?
Victor, if you look at what has been happening for some time now,
yes,
PPI had some roadblocks all along. And the most contentious issues seems to have been ironed out, maybe except this issue of creation of the new constituencies, which of course most of the MPs seems to have been, differed with the original drafters about the inclusion of that, because they say that is a prerogative of the IEPC. So in this case, once those things are ironed out, they have said that maybe by July, we shall have had the referendum, which of course it is very good. And let me tell you, Victor,
yes,
most of these leaders, especially those who are eyeing for presidential races, as much as some quarters have been assumed to be not really supporting the PPI, you look at the kind of coalitions as they are coming, very real. Most of these guys, they would wish to have these seats that have been created, the position of prime minister, the two deputy prime ministers, and the likes. They are also depending, because all these coalitions that are coming up, they would wish to have positions, and of which the positions have been created by the PPI. So that means most of them are banking on the passing of this, the BPI, but with removal of some of the contentious issues, like the issues to do with the creation of constituencies, which most of the people are actually seeing that the whole thing was not economical in any way. So once that one is ironed out, then of course what I'm seeing at the moment, there seems to be some soberness in the approach of the whole thing. And even you see, even within the quarters of the ODM, they were also differing, that there are some few things that the parliament should actually change. While some are actually adamant, they are saying, no, it should not be changed because already it has been passed through the county government assemblies. So in this case, whichever way the law will take, I mean, finally, we shall have a PPI that all of these people will need if they have to fill in the position to those people who have supported them, during the election that we shall have in 2022. So in this case, once those few things are actually ironed out, I don't see anybody who will be opposing the PPI.
But somebody would ask that, is it necessary right now to have the amendments in Parliament now that it's a popular initiative and it has gone through the county assemblies and it has gone through public participation? Why Parliament right now?
That is what I'm telling you, it's a consensus. Because you heard even Orengo saying that we are not a rubber stamp Parliament. They have to put some input. They have to either make some changes, omission or commission, in the whole document. In any case, what Kenyans are looking for is the best document. A document that, even though it was passed through you could see how the county governments actually passed this thing. It was highly influenced. So in this case, yes, as much as it was their constitutional mandate to do what they did. But I believe the contentious issues should not go through just because the county assemblies have actually passed. There must be a sober approach in the whole thing, so that we bring up a balanced document that Kenyans will really be happy of, because this is our document.
Yes. Let me bring in Dr. Masanga here. Dr. Masanga, should the president and the ODM leader Raila Odinga be a happy duo right now, that the issue in Parliament somehow is taking some kind of a soft direction?
Number one, BBI is a redemption strategy, not a political process. Point number two, I don't know whether a doctor knows what a redemption strategy is. To stop any further violence, to change the way Kenya behaves, ethos, remove corruption. 9 points, redemption. Let's look at BBI that way. And the point I have told even the government, the president, the moment you change BBI into a political process, remove it from reconciliation, accountability, truth-telling, reparation, restitution, and healing, you have killed the whole dream. The two principals know my position. I've told them. Point number three, a popular initiative is never changed by simple MPs. These are looking for allowances in Windsor. I don't know why Orengo, is he growing old like me? That he forgets the BBI was a popular initiative. And that constitutional route does not change a comma. What the MPs can do is to wait for this popular initiative to go up to the president, come back. They can also initiate their own move. But to go now and start cutting down what has already passed through the assemblies is naive, stupid, prudish, sardonic.
Okay.
You don't know constitutionalism. Point number 3, East or 4, East or West. Kenya cannot hold an election, and Kenya will not hold an election when you have not had reforms coming out of the BBI.
Mm-hmm.
I have told you already, prepare for eventualities. Because if you don't do reforms, it's not only Matanga, it's not only Rotich, Kurigila, a South African, because I'm your neighbor, you might say, I have interest. A South African told you that Kenya should never hold elections again when they have not done reforms in the electoral systems. So this is exactly the point that I hear. East or West, Raila Amolo Odinga, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta have brought something in Africa that will never go away. I love them for that. That should be the one happening in almost every Africa. When you look at Somalia, when you look at South Sudan, when you look at Uganda, when you look at Tanzania, the people should stand up, shake hands, and say, I'm sorry, you defeated me. But if I'm telling you the truth now, and as I finish, all African contestants, none of them writes 2 speeches.
Mm-hmm.
They write only 1 speech, winning speech. So if BBI can bring people and say, I've lost, I will become the leader of opposition, check on the government, have facilities, have secretaries to type my work, to prepare my questions in parliament, so be it.
Yes.
If I were Ruto, I would even be very happy that this BBI is going to help him on his dream, that mirage of being the president of Kenya in 2022.
Yes.
So I should be happy and wait. Don't oppose. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Masanga. Let me bring in Simeha here. Simeha, you've heard what they're saying, and let me just bring to you some of the issues raised. Number 1 is the delimitation of the electoral boundaries and the constitutionality of the BBI promoters proposing creation of 70 new constituencies and going ahead to distribute them among 28 counties. Now, how is this going to pan out now that it is before the bicameral house, and now the legal committee before the lawmakers, both houses? How is it going to pan out?
Thank you, Olo. First of all, I'm wondering whether I have reason to be worried, because I am agreeing with a lot of things that Matsanga has said.
Yes.
Though I would not say them using the same colorful language.
No.
It's okay.
Oro, you must
it's okay. Let me finish.
Oro, you must protect me. I am older than America. I am
it's
older,
a compliment.
so don't say. So I am an elder from the Luya community.
Okay.
I am your king from the clan of the kings in Uganda, where you come to get permission before you do any ceremony. So for you to call me, you don't know why you have reasons. You have to have reasons to be in agreement with your elder.
It was supposed to be a compliment, so let me just confirm it's a compliment.
Sure.
I suppose only senior elders like Matsanga are allowed to use the colorful language he uses. So I could say the same things, but using slightly more diplomatic language. Now, Victor, just make a disclosure that I was a member of the team of experts of I co-chaired and co-convened the policy team.
Yes.
I therefore was part of the technical work that brought out the steering committee report and the bill and the recommendations. The basics that I know, and from my experience in that process, a popular initiative is an initiative that belongs to the people, as represented by the promoters the promoters take it to the people, and the people give it signatures to endorse. In this case, we were told about just above 4-point-something million signatures. I'm agreeing with the fact that, with what I heard Masanga say, MPs, our MPs, with all due respect to them, have this exaggerated sense of self-importance. They often think that they are much more important than anybody else in policy making in this country. I defer to them in terms of lawmaking. They are the people who we have given the mandate to make them, but they must remember they do it on our behalf. When we put in our constitution, whether it's right or wrong, but it is in the current constitution that this kind of initiative does not invite them to have any input into the bill. They just ought to respect that. They may fault that. If they want, in future, they can bring an amendment to change how a popular initiative can move.
Yes.
But to the best of my knowledge, based on what I read in the Constitution, they need to accept that this is an initiative that arises from the people as represented by the promoters of this initiative. And the two houses of parliament are not any more important than us, the people who have played a role and endorsed this process. Now, let me also just quickly add that when you are amending a constitution, whatever you are proposing is not part of that constitution. It's outside that constitution. It becomes part of it after it has gone through the requisite processes. Now, the issue of the 70s, which I can disclosure here, which is personal, that I was extremely uncomfortable with the distribution, but the fact that it is a constitutional amendment proposal and is going through a constitutionally recognized process and becomes a part of the Constitution, even if you do not like it, even if it's wrong, you cannot call it unconstitutional. Chebukati is totally wrong. He may not like it. He is right to say that it's the work of IEBC to delimit constituencies now, according to the current constitution. But the moment that amendment passes, it becomes part of the constitution. For that brief period that it's given, it is no longer for those 70 constituencies. It's been taken away from them temporarily for the purposes of BBI. So it may be something that even personally we don't like. But unfortunately, the law is the law. Amendment of the Constitution is amendment of the Constitution, and a popular initiative is a popular initiative. So MPs just have to swallow their pride. They may wish to change, but sorry, they are not more important than the citizens of the Republic of Kenya who endorse that process.
All right. Just bringing in Dr. Rotich here. Thank you, Simeha. Dr. Rotich, you've heard what Dr. Masanga and Simeha is talking about. Do you see a situation where it's going to sail through, simply?
But it depends on how the parliamentarians will handle this thing. Because when you look at it, Victor, look at it this way. Why is it that this document has to pass through the parliament? If the parliamentarians have nothing to do with it, then it should have been taken direct to the referendum. So the motive behind taking the document to parliament is to be able to be criticized and to come up with the changes that they can make. And that is what I believe that the parliament can do. They are not only they are not going to do the rubber stamp kind of thing and pass it through. No. And you must know, Victor, how we started this process. It has been controversy upon controversies to the level where it has been.
Yes.
And where it is now, I'm seeing a lot of stubbornness, as I told you. You can see those who are opposing and those who are in agreement. I mean, they are now together in thinking, and that is why there is a need. I mean, the other side even so you would not have expected somebody of the caliber of Orengo to say, no, let us not do before we do this one. You talk about Mbadi. There's the people from the same party saying, no, we have to take it the way it is. We don't have to add even a dot.
Yes.
It is a very healthy discussion, according to me. So in this case, once these gentlemen and gentleladies actually agree, I think this thing will go through, because the majority of what is in the PPI is what Kenyans want. It is already a good document. Save some few reservations that these people must address. But as by whether this thing is going to work or not, I'm seeing the roadmap is already clear. It may actually materialize.
Yes.
But what we are now banking on is the time frame when these people will actually push it to a referendum, because when it is just within the parliament, it is actually, of a delaying, because we don't see any much that is to be done.
But then if it goes through the issues of boundaries, if it sails through, we have got referendum in June, but Mbadi is quite adamant that it might not happen because it's a matter before the courts. The creation of
when you look at this, why the issues of boundaries or creation of the new constituencies still remain contentious is because it is quite involving.
Yeah.
And not only involving, it is very emotive. Because once you decide that this is what we are going to do, people must be involved. People must participate in the whole process.
Yeah.
So, and if people are to participate in the whole process, that means the time is required.
And so
there are all these things that are required.
Yes, that now brings me to the next question. What does it portend to the BB? We have got a referendum here, and we have got next election next year. How is it going to pan out in between now and next election?
If it was not things to do with the cost itself, because having two elections, because a referendum is just like a whole election, and then going after hardly about some few months you go for the real election, whereby a lot of money actually will be pumped into it. But you see, this issue that we always have, that if this PPI will not pass, we will not achieve what we will have discussed all this time around. But what was it that the PPI came to do? It came to solve the problems that we have been facing all the year rounds. So if this PPI carries the solution of our problems as a country, that means it has to be done before the election. So those are some of the things that we must look into. It is life and death.
Yeah.
So if this will solve our problem that we have been having all these years, as proponent of the PPI have been actually arguing, that means we have to do it. So this case, those who are actually discussing about this contentious issue, they should also come to agreement and say, let us remove this one relaxfully. Like now, this issue of constituencies. What is so difficult to say, let us put this one aside? Because it is not a do or die kind of issue. It is something that can be done away, and then we leave it to the BPI to do after the election.
Yes. Okay. There you have it. We are going to take you live to the Supreme Court, where the Judicial Service Commission are still holding their sittings. This is the second week of the interviews there on my magic wall. There you have it. The red carpet laid and everything ready to go. Today we have got Senior Counsel Fred Ngatia, who is going to face the JSC panel to be interviewed for the position of the Chief Justice. Yesterday we had got Justice Nduma Nderi, who also faced the Judicial Service Commission, and today it's going to be interesting to see how Fred Ngatia is going to perform there. Many things have been said on social media. Many people have talked about who is likely to take the position, but it is not in our hand. It is in the hands of the Judicial Service Commission to get two names who will then be forwarded to President Uhuru Kenyatta to make a formal appointment. So as soon as that starts, you know the drill. KBC Channel 1 will give you that live coverage from the Supreme Court of Kenya. Now let's come back to Simeha. Simeha, this is it. So are we expecting anything special between now and next election in terms of the budget that is going to be included? It's going to be expensive, for that matter. We have got 4 commissioners at the IEBC who are supposed to be vetted and to fill the gaps. And as well, we have got a referendum here. What do you read out of all this? Simeha.
Thank you very much, Olo. First of all, on constitution processes for amending the Constitution,
yes,
the requirements are not dependent on discretion or opinion. It doesn't matter what any one of us thinks. It has to be what the Constitution says. So you may disagree and think that we should set this aside, remove this matter, let MPs have an input. You are entitled to those thoughts. But it's not about what we think. It's about what the current Constitution of the Republic of Kenya says, and we must follow that. Secondly, you mentioned something to do with the courts, and it's important for us to take notice of it, that this process has some contestations that were taken to court, and they are awaiting determination. Just one thing for us to watch out, Olo, is that courts of law anywhere must never injunct people's decision-making processes. they can supervise those processes to ensure that those processes stick within the law. They follow the constitution, they follow the law, they follow laid down procedure. But they must never injunct, whether technically by delaying a decision or in terms of a substantive of injunction. They must never ever injunct a people's decision-making process. Courts of law cannot decide whether we are having a bad or a good constitutional amendment proposal. That's up to the people. Judges may not like it, magistrates may not like it, but that's up to the people of Kenya, even if that amendment is bad. With that said, going forward, for sure something has been set in motion. The vacancies on the IEBC, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, are going to be filled very soon. And the reason is this will be in preparation for the referendum, for the constitutional amendment referendum, and onward for the next elections. So yes, do expect that there's going to be budgetary provision, and I am sure that you may already have seen a report from Parliament, from the Treasury, indicative that there's going to be money set aside for the referendum as well as money set aside for the next elections. So that we can expect that is going to happen. When we analyze again whether this will happen or not, oftentimes it's good to just put aside, our political positions and look at the reality based on the experience we have with the political environment in this country. And one thing you can take to the bank, as some people like to say, is that the referendum is going to be there, and the next elections are also going to be there, and the people of this republic will make decisions. Some of the things in the BBI amendment bill may not be good things. I've confessed to you that there's one or two things I personally don't like. But it's about give and take. It's about negotiation. Because when you say popular initiative, it involves so many people. So you may not get it perfect, but there'll be an opportunity, inshallah, for those who feel very strongly to bring about future amendments and change what they may not like. But for now, I think it's important just to expect that we will have those two processes that will result in a different political layout for the Republic of Kenya. And hopefully, people will take this as an opportunity. By the way, this is just the beginning of BBI. The real BBI really hasn't begun. BBI building bridges, it's like now you are laying a foundation for a national conversation. So we put this foundation in place, and then we begin a medium-term to long-term national conversation on...
All right, okay. We are coming back to Smeha. It seems we've lost him there because of the network issues. Don't have to worry, because this is where you have to get it all right. All right, so this is it. So as I told you earlier, we have Dr. Masanga. Let me just bring in Dr. Masanga. Some of the MPs now say that it is quite unconstitutional to create the new 70 constituencies. What do you make out of this?
I want to thank Dr. Rotich.
Yes.
In the studio. There's one thing he has said. If this is what has been causing us problems, let's do it and move forward. If it has caused us violence and it can cure violence, let's do it now. Thank you very much, Dr. Rotich. That's a good statement from an elder from the Rift Valley who has seen all these problems. You and I, we have seen them. Two, you are talking of constituencies. This is a matter that can be brought back after you have passed the popular initiative. You can come back to Parliament and raise another route to amend some things in what about the constituents, who should do what and where and how it should be done. I agree with Mr. Meka on the question of Mr. Wafula Chebukati. In fact, if I were President Uhuru Kenyatta and the people of Kenya, I would not allow Wafula Chebukati to touch my ballot.
I agree with you.
I would sack him like now, pay him what is owed. He goes to look after the cows in Mount Elko. Two, I am honest man, and I tell the truth. Don't bring more violence in this country. in my county, in my parish, where I was born in 1955, I have Kenyans who have taken up land, 29 of them. They are shopkeepers. They are still there because of the violence. So we don't want any more violence in this East Africa and Africa. So I would have done so by taking the
Dr. Masanga, let me cut you short briefly. Briefly, let's go to the Supreme Court. Briefly, there you have it. So that is Senior Counsel Fred Ngatia, escorted by Judiciary Registrar Anne Amadi to take his seat at the Judicial Service Commission interviewing panel. And that is where it's going to be. Today is going to be his turn to face the panel as he is being interviewed for the position of the Chief Justice. Gentlemen, we are stuck of time. We are going for that live coverage. Dr. Masanga, in 20 seconds, please, your closing remarks. In 20 seconds.
My closing remarks are very simple.
Yes.
Abide by the laws of curfew because the disease is invisible. Don't blame Uhuru Kenyatta. You don't die with anybody. You die alone. So if you don't abide by the SOPs,
yes,
pray to God.
Thank you so much. Simeha, your closing remarks, please, as we take this to a close.
Yeah, thank you very much. My closing remarks, just two things. One, I hear in those interviews several times people being asked about their judicial philosophy. I think one of the questions the Judicial Service Commission should be asking themselves and all of us as Kenyans, and we have it in BBI, what is the philosophy of justice in Kenya? Judges may have their individual judicial philosophies, but have we as a nation had a conversation and come up with the philosophy of justice in this nation called Kenya? Secondly, and finally, let us see these political processes, including the BBI, as opportunities for us to mobilize and organize better for our future. I've spent a lot of time in Vihiga County. I'm doing exactly that, mobilizing and organizing so that I'm not going to blame Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta or William Ruto when I have failed to do something for myself and for the people I share Vihiga County with. We have to do it also ourselves instead of all the time pointing fingers at those other leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Simeha. And finally, Dr. Rotich.
Thank you so much, Victor. I think my closing remarks is to ask Kenyans on issues to do with COVID-19, that it is real, it is devastating, and then we must take care of ourselves. All the regulations that have been put in place by the Ministry of Health, let us follow them to the letter. And I also ask to our security enforcers that please let us be humane in our approach in actually directing our people whenever they are late. We have witnessed things which have not been very much appealing to our eyes. Please let us assist Kenyans. As our civil servants, we must be seen really delivering. Part of delivering of our service is to act according to the law.
Yes.
Let us effect the COVID law enforcement to the letter.
I think that's the perfect way and the perfect place to end this particular show. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Dr. Rotich in studio with me, Dr. Masanga all the way from the UK, and Joseph Semeka from Buhiga. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure having you. My name is Victor Lowe. For now, we are taking you straight to the Judicial Service Commission at the Supreme Court after this break, where Fred Ngatia with the Senior Counsel is facing the JAC panel. Thank you for joining us and have a good morning. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii ya joking kwa simu yako, bonyeza *811 *758 hash.
Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Teacher. Now I want to try the composition using the word jogging.
Teacher, please give us spelling for the word jogging.
Sitasema jog ile au jog ile jog ya kunyongwa. Hapana. Ninasema jogging. Na sijasema jogging ile ndio unasema jogging ya kukimbia ya marathon ama ile jogging nyingine ile jogging ya television ya kucheka. Sijasema hiyo jogging, na maanisha jogging ya brain ile kukimbiza akili cha changamoto. That composition using the word jogging.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii bonyeza *811 *758 hash *811 *758 hash.
Can you believe we get to come out here every day?
So what do we do now?
We take it day by day. I have to believe that something good is gonna come out of this.
Gear up and maintain a healthy, fit and active lifestyle right there at home by keeping up with Gear Up on Channel 1, 5:30 to 6 a.m. Monday to Saturday. Gear up every day for every moment, and remember to stay home and keep safe.
Je, umeomoka? Kama hujaomoka kwenye Quickbit ndio mambo yote. Hapa tuko na fridge, kodi yake ni CM. Tuko na gas cooker, kodi yake ni CK. Tuko na TV, kodi yake ni TV. Tuko na simu aina ya Samsung ni SM, ama Oppo ni Oppo. My friend, mahali popote unanitazama, eka hizo kodi zake kisha utume kwa 4032353. 4032353. Alafu utakuwa unaomoka na hizi bidhaa. Kumbuka kwenye Quickbit ni bila bora zaidi kwa bei ya chini kwa chini.
Soon thereafter, Attorney General nominated me to look at a very difficult problem that has persisted in this country, or had persisted in this country from the time of independence. That is the difficulty of an international boundary between Kenya and Sudan. I was entrusted with that task. Ultimately, government, together with the British Council, sponsored me to undertake a Master's in Law program at London School of Economics, and as part of the LLM program, to undertake original research in Kenya-Sudan boundary. I was at LSC. I spent numerous hours at Public Records Office because commissioners, all the documents of this republic during the colony and protectorate status, all those documents are at Public Records Office. I'm sure commissioners, you know where Public Records Office is towards Heathrow Airport at Kew Gardens. So I had to commute from LSC, which is at the Strand, and go to this Public Records Office every other single day, and I acquired a wealth of material. In 1 minute, commissioners, at the turn of towards 1914, the boundary was defined by the British government as a straight line between two fixed points, or in the alternative, such a line that would give to us the customary grazing grounds of the Turkana. Those grazing grounds were never defined, but towards 1938, a survey party established that the boundary was slightly above the straight line. That was not to be. We went on, and Sudan demarcated what they call 1950 Sudanese patrol line. That Sudanese patrol line is what actually triggered my interest in this area. and by application of principles of international law, I actually established that when any government allows a competing government to administer an area, the doctrines of acquiescence, doctrines of renunciation of territory, they all kick in. I hope we'll have an opportunity to discuss this in greater detail, but in one sentence, we were able, or I was able in my research, to establish that the Sudanese patrol line, which is a considerable distance from the straight line, is now the international boundary. So, commissioners, I'm sure you all remember, in 1980s, the Kenya-Sudan boundary was indicated as a straight line. Then in 1985-86, we had an extended boundary that went towards Sudan. The difference in graphic terms is that through this research and the validation that went on in government, we were able to change our international boundary from the straight line to the new boundary, and we acquired 9,680 square kilometers. To put it in context, the former Western Province was 7,400 square meters. So we acquired a territory larger than the former Western Province. This is one of my research papers. It went through government, it went through validation. I cannot say that it was singular effort. The Attorney General and other organs of state all participated, and ultimately we changed our boundary. I then went to private practice from 1987. I've conducted numerous cases. Of interest would be I acted for ECK in the Kriegler Commission and also in the Waki Commission, where it was demonstrated that weak laws, weak institutions, weak governance structures can actually collapse any republic. Kriegler Commission report demonstrated and illustrated the weaknesses which were within our legal system and the lack of capacity in the electoral process and the lack of independence in the judiciary. I was part of a team. My team leader was John Musyoka Annan. I was his able assistant, and we also had Nyamodi. Paul Nyamodi is one of my colleagues. A team of 3, we represented ECK. It was a gigantic effort. We learned so much about the need to have proper laws and proper capacities in key institutions that deal with elections and the need to have an independent judiciary. Professor, thereafter, I've given my CV. I was instructed to work for National Assembly, and this is interesting, against the Senate in an advisory opinion at the Supreme Court. You may remember that there were the tough wars at the beginning of the 2010 Constitution, which is the superior house. But like lawyers, we do what we know best. We posed what appeared to be a very innocuous question. Which house should originate a money bill? But behind that innocuous question was whose business is it to legislate division of revenue bill? Because if it came to be my client, National Assembly, to legislate division of revenue bill, it means then we're in total control over devolution. And Senate was saying, no, it can't be. It is a joint effort. We came to Supreme Court, we argued on this matter. I lost, but with one dissenting judge saying that the issue was not justiciable. With that loss, devolution became entrenched as a principle that must be followed. But that was not the end of it. Barely 2 years ago, I was again instructed by the Council of Governors also about division of revenue bill. This time because the opinion that had been given to both houses was being ignored. I did that matter, and the Council of Governors was quite happy with the outcome. In between, I've conducted many other cases, and in my view, if I could summarize in 1 minute, you've had a CJ from academia who did wonderful work. I've looked at his transformation agenda. Allow me to say this with tremendous respect to my former lecturer. It is as profound or second in as profound to the Constitution. I can't see any other agenda as profound as Chief Justice Mutunga's agenda. Then you had a judge of this court as a Chief Justice with his agenda, which took us to another level. We have more magistrates, more judges, courts all over the country, a wonderful experience. But what you now lack is somebody who has been a consumer of this service. I've been knocking at the doors of the High Court, Magistrates Court. I've been to all the courts in this republic. I have had that eye that no other would have. For 40 years, I've been in Magistrates Court everywhere. I've been as far as Lokitang. I've been in every part of this country. We had 14 High Court judges at 2011. I've been to each of those. I've been to every Court of Appeal station in this country. When Supreme Court started, I was one of the early practitioners in that court. I have practiced in that court. I have wonderful professional relationship with the judges of that court. And I do believe, Professor, that I have that eye, a practitioner's eye, that can be able to see the real weaknesses and the perceived weaknesses and come up with a transformation agenda slightly advanced from access to justice. From access to justice to another agenda that would be, which we will discuss as we get along. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. Clearly, Senior Counsel, you are a successful lawyer, Senior Counsel by all standards, given what you have told us and also what you have read from your CV. What I haven't heard, as Senior Counsel, that I want you to explain to us is I've not seen much evidence of Mr. Gatia, the leader. So please demonstrate to the Commission and to the public that you are that transformative leader we are looking for. I'm interested in tangible achievements in leadership and also maybe institutional changes that you have done, and that can be attributed to your leadership excellence, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, of course, I must also acknowledge your transformation of an ordinary college to iconic status. So allow me to pick a college, a university college, as an example. I have so many examples, but allow me to take a university college. Commissioners, you may all recall, University of Nairobi, virtually every now and then students will go on strike. It became so perennial that we were wondering whether we should have a university next to the human population around the city of Nairobi because of the rampant wastage that used to happen. About 3 or 4 years ago, I was requested by the Senate to look for what are the issues bedeviling this university. Prior thereto, I had been involved as counsel in a lot of disciplinary cases that went to the High Court. And those disciplinary cases used to have almost a circular effect. You discipline a student, expel him, and then that provokes a riot at the campus. You do not do that, then again another circular effect. And when Senate engaged me with a student population of 80,000, I started working with the university administration. Prof, at University of Nairobi, there are 8 colleges. No, sorry, there are 6 colleges. Each college had its own independent disciplinary process. So you'd have a college, for example, Humanities and Social Sciences at the main campus, with near to 18 faculties under it. You have another college, say, Biological Sciences or Agriculture at Kabete. Each of the 6 colleges would have its own disciplinary structure. Then for the halls of residence, there were 8 distinct. Consequently, honorable commissioners, you have, so to speak, semi-autonomous pockets of disciplinary bodies all dealing with the 80,000 students. And of course, what will go to the academic, the colleges, would be anything to do with academic, but for residential, it's what would go to the halls of residence. I studied this, I engaged all the colleges, we had seminars, and we had so many workshops. And then I looked at comparative colleges like Pretoria, Harvard, my former college, LSE, or University of London, and I actually saw what is the problem with this premier university. It's the 7th university in Africa, but they had not got it right. You cannot have a disciplinary process which has no harmony. So what was ailing this college is the fact that there was no harmony in the sentences that are awarded to students. There's no harmony in what is a disciplinary offense, and I crafted a student handbook that was to operate and is to operate across board. So you do not have a student in one college being expelled, whereas for identical offense or misdemeanor or transgression, he's just told, do not repeat that again. Consequently, and I say this without any fear of contradiction, the harmony you now see at this university is a direct attribute of the work that we did. I must, of course, acknowledge that I've received tremendous support from the Senate and from all the college principals and all the academic staff. We were able to actually transform what was becoming more or less a perennial problem of indiscipline to now a college where I'm sure commissioners, you cannot recall the last time you saw university students throwing stones along Koinange Street. And I have many, many other examples of equal kind that I've had occasion to deal with.
So, Senior Counsel, were you the chairman of the board of the council of Nairobi University? Or?
No, whatever work I did as an consultant.
Oh, okay.
I did as a consultant at the request of the Senate. I was reporting to the Senate, and they authorized me to have meetings with any person within the university. So I started off with the academic staff, and then went on with the college heads, and then as we went along, I got across a very, very good idea of why indiscipline had become the order of the day.
So just a follow-up question, Senior Counsel. You're going to be leading a workforce of probably like 5,000 judicial officers and judicial staff. So how will that experience then help you to lead this big workforce in the judiciary?
The principles in leadership, Prof, commissioners, apply for a workforce of 20, and they would apply for a workforce like the Boeing aircraft manufacturer. It is all a question of how you are able to be a leader. I should have indicated that later in life, I did a second master's degree in applied philosophy at Strathmore University. In that I learned business ethics, philosophy as a tool, and leadership really clearly understood what you are looking for are the 4 cardinal virtues. The 4 cardinal virtues are prudence, temperance, fortitude, and justice. If you have the 4 cardinal virtues, you'll be a leader of 10, a leader of 100, a leader of 1,000,000. It is not administrative skills, it's leadership. And in leadership, you are looking for the 4 cardinal virtues. And this is an applied principle in all the blue chip companies all over the world. We had an empirical research at Strathmore about who are transformative leaders in all the companies in the world. And what stands out is somebody who manifests in deed and in word that you have the 4 cardinal virtues. I can say without any fear that I have tried my very level best to manifest and to inculcate the 4 cardinal virtues in everything I do. Before I conclude, from the 4 cardinal virtues, you collapse into 2 other, so to speak, abilities that you must work on, which is humility and magnanimity. So from the 4 cardinal virtues, on a day-to-day applications, there must be humility and magnanimity.
Okay. Thank you, Senior Counsel. You talked about the vision a little bit when you said that you move from transforming judiciary from access to justice, move it forward a little more. Please talk a little bit about that, your vision, and how you are going to rally all the stakeholders behind you to achieve that vision.
As a consumer of the service, as a consumer of this service, and here I must say that as a consumer I have that little more knowledge because I've been to virtually every court, and we are able to see how that court operates, how another court operates. I've been a victim of delayed judgments, I've been a victim of all manner of things, and with like measure, I have a lot of very good things to say. Before I say anything further, let me acknowledge, Prof, that in our judiciary, we have some of the best legal minds. And I do not say this in flattery, because I have had the occasion in my second master's program to do a research paper on jurisprudence in apex courts all over the world, on very, very toxic or very difficult subjects that happen in our life. This is the end of life litigation. I've looked at America, the Supreme Court of America, Supreme Court of all the countries in the world. We have fantastic judicial minds. What is it that I'll be able to bring which is not there? Access to justice was very well done by the first Chief Justice. Second Chief Justice did as much as he could. But access to justice is both qualitative and quantitative. It's not enough to have courthouses. It's not enough to have many judges and many magistrates and many tribunals and everything. What we now need is another transformative agenda: expeditious disposal of cases. Expeditious disposal of cases is the one that will take Kenya to the next level. It is heartening to hear of cases staying in the court processing, being processed in court for 10 years. We should be looking at a possibility of a case, and we can do this, and I've listened to other Chief Justices. I'm a keen listener of the Chief Justice of South Africa, Mogain, and what he's trying in South Africa is a case management system that can process a case from filing to the determination of that case. Why we must have this is because without it, we will never know statistically how well we are doing. That would be my mission and my agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. One last question from me. In your CV, you have said that you have avoided to be a conspicuous consumption person. Please explain what you meant, because looking at your wealth declaration, Mr. Gatti, I saw very high-end cars. So isn't that conspicuous consumption, or what did you mean?
No. Prof, conspicuous consumption has many aspects. I meant social circles. I meant that I am not in social circles. I'm not in lots of the new approaches in life. I do prefer to hold to my own. I prefer the solace of being in a library as contrasted to being in a social circles. And I must say I'm one of those lawyers who are not on the social media, any of the social media platforms. I'll prefer to hold my peace, and therefore I indicated I'm not in those social circles. And I do not mean to say that those who are any less or doing any worse. It's a question of choice.
Thank you very much. I'll now request Commissioner Mwilu, Acting CJ, to ask you further questions.
Thank you. Let us conclude the discussion, Senior Counsel, that you have begun with the Chair on leadership. And that leadership must of necessity lead to the reforms that we have already begun and which must be continued. And since you appear to admire Chief Justice Mutunga, let me start at that point. On the 19th of October 2011, when Chief Justice Mutunga was addressing the judiciary and the nation at large, he said the following words, and I quote him, "We found an institution so frail in its structures, so thin in resources, so low in its confidence, so deficient in integrity, so weak in its public support, that to have expected it to deliver justice was to be wildly optimistic." Now, we want you to please put that into context, Senior Counsel, in terms of the transformation, not what has already been undertaken, but the transformation that Senior Counsel would progress, were God to grant that Senior Counsel becomes the 15th Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes. Chief Justice Mutunga, I think, was being very philosophical with certain words. Being low in public support, I can see that as a direct attribute of the events 2 years or 3 years prior thereto, where the public support to this institution was at its lowest level, culminating to a presidential candidate declining to have his dispute litigated in court. And with that came lots of other events. And one of the issues that I would wish to deal with, and that is why I would wish to gain public support, is that if a case is filed on 1st January, within that year, it should be concluded. Commissioners have also done a little bit of reading, and we have real-life problems in this country. I saw for example, in Costa Rica, an empirical study which has been done. If you get your criminal justice system working quickly, there is an immediate reduction in crime. But here, what we do is the exact opposite. We make our justice system work so slowly. Consequently, there can be a reduction in crime. If we wish to get public support, expeditious disposal of cases becomes a very important thing that we must implement. Deficiency and being thin on resources, I see that happening because it's at that time of Chief Justice Mutunga, I think judiciary had not had its pride of place in the Constitution. We also have the history we are dealing with. When I was joining Attorney General's chambers in 1980, judiciary was a department under the Attorney General. And that is why in the Waruhio Commission, he actually makes a direct recommendation. Let judiciary be away from Attorney General's chambers. Therefore, the transformation journey not only is to divest or to have judiciary stand on its own under the Constitution 2010, but to also have its own independent funding structures. And again here, DCJ, I would wish to say all those tools are provided for because there is a judiciary fund. And the Constitution of Kenya only establishes 3 funds: Consolidated Judiciary Fund and the Equalization Fund. Consequently, the framers of this Constitution want us to get away from the frail judiciary which was there in 2011 to a very robust judiciary, which is where we want or would aim to have this judiciary get into. I see Chief Justice Mutunga's words as words of hopelessness and frustration in one word, because across them it is the hopelessness of the situation that he's being confronted with.
Senior Counsel, then you would of necessity have to take us out of that hopelessness. Are we still there? That was 2011. Fast forward to 2021. Would you still describe the institution of the judiciary to be in a state of hopelessness?
Far from it. We have made such tremendous progress.
And therefore, then, Senior Counsel, what would be the role of Senior Counsel, were he to be Chief Justice, to move us from here to a place better than what Senior Counsel would have found by the time Senior Counsel was retiring as Chief Justice?
I see myself being in more or less the same position as Singapore was in 1980. Singapore had a huge backlog of cases. I have done a special reading of Singapore and the backlog of cases. And within 4 years, and everything being equal, I'm a Chief Justice of 4 years. Within 4 years, Singapore did overcome that backlog. But not only the backlog, simultaneously they put in place the process or the system I am craving for, that cases are being concluded within a relatively short period of time. Today, Singapore, commissioners, is being cited all over the world. They did this with some assistance from the World Bank, but I do believe, with or without that assistance, they had the mental, they had the determination to do it on their own. It's one of the shining examples of what can be done within a relatively short period of time, within a judiciary that really is interested in moving forward. So to answer you directly, DCJ, I'll be the Chief Justice that will end the backlog and simultaneously have the expeditious disposal of cases, not as a theory, but as a practical thing. I would wish to see a criminal case started, and within 6 months, there is a determination. I would not want to be the Chief Justice of criminal cases staying for so long that witnesses disappear and acquittals are because of the delay in the justice system?
Thank you. I think let us pursue that a little. We have the justice chain players. How is my Lord Chief Justice Ngatia going to achieve a criminal determination within 6 months? Will Chief Justice Ngatia force magistrates or judges to go on with hearings where the other justice players are not playing ball? It is advocates who at times will seek adjournments. I'm aware the court is in control or ought to be in control of the case, but there will be genuine reasons for an adjournment. There'll be other maneuvers undertaken by the other justice players, the investigator, the prosecutor, so that the case is not ready and therefore not able to be finalized within this period of 6 months that Senior Counsel Ngatia proposes. What then, what then would Chief Justice Ngatia do to actually achieve a determination of criminal cases within 6 months?
Thank you, DCJ. Like everything else in life, it's not a one-man show. NCAJ becomes the first port of call. The beauty with NCAJ is that all the other players are involved. And it has got to be from NCAJ that a determination has got to be made that we must move this country forward. Judiciary actually comes at the tail end in, for example, the criminal justice system. Coming at the tail end, there is very little you can do. The investigations are done elsewhere. The indictment, the charges are done elsewhere by a constitutional office holder. There's so much prior to alignment in court that becomes almost determinative to how long the process will take. So I will do my very best at NCAJ to say that we must take this country to another level. I would want to get as much cooperation from the other actors, because they are real actors in this system, and without their cooperation, there's nothing that can be done. But the unfortunate thing, Commissioner, says this, that the person who gets the blame from the public is not those other actors, it's the judiciary. And when, for example, and I've done this as an empirical study, when adjournments are also sought by the prosecutors, and they are sought over and over again, a month goes, 6 months goes, a year goes, the person who gets the blame is the judiciary. And those who applied for adjournments do not want to say they caused a delay of 1 year. So it's got to be a collectivity. And the key word here is collectivity of action. And that collectivity will be at NCAJ. But here, at the end of it all, is a question of whether we want to go the Singapore way, which to me is the correct way, or whether we would want to just stay with what we are doing, which to me is the incorrect way. We must have expeditious disposal of cases.
Thank you. If Senior Counsel were to be Chief Justice, you would have, at the very least, 3 very core functions. There are more, but 3 core. But considering the whole 5 or maybe 6, which would Senior Counsel consider to be the most important role, if that is a possibility, of the order of the Office of Chief Justice, and why would that be considered to be the most important role of the Office of the Chief Justice?
As I look at the Constitution, my obvious answer would be the first and fundamental role of a Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary. Being the head of the judiciary has its own far-reaching consequences. You therefore become, so to speak, the titular head, not just the titular head, but the real head, the policy head of the entire judiciary. It's by virtue of being that head of the judiciary that you also have the second hat of presiding judge or the president of the Supreme Court. That role of president of the Supreme Court is a role that I have trained myself for. It's a role that can be played or can be assumed by a practitioner of my standing, and the other roles would be the other commissions, this commission being one of them, NCAJ being another one of them, Council of Law Reporting being yet another one of them, and commissioners. I do have that which it takes to be able to have enough time for all those roles.
Which leads me, Senior Counsel, to the next question. And it is the question of balance between the many roles that the Honorable the Chief Justice is required to execute. So how would Chief Justice Ngatia balance between those roles, and what would guide Chief Justice Ngatia in the balancing act between the roles? You have identified that of the head of the judiciary as, to you, the most important one, but that must not make the others suffer. And therefore, what would be the balancing act? Part one. Part two, the Chief Justice, and you've mentioned that, being the president of the Supreme Court, must ensure, in my view, that that court works. Must ensure that as the final court, what comes out of that court is indeed final in nature, so that it really doesn't require explanation and so on and so forth. So balance between the execution of duty of the various roles of the Chief Justice to be able to make yourself an effective Chief Justice?
Thank you, DCJ. As head of judiciary, as I indicated, that's a leadership role. And the beauty with it is that in this judiciary, we have very well established structures, statutory structures, which are very well established. And the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary is the accounting officer. It's not my role to try and micromanage that statutory duty. But I do have an interest to ensure that it's well done. So my first port of call would be the leadership advisory committee, because I would want to carry the entire judiciary or to be with the entire judiciary. I'll regard that as my cabinet. Being my cabinet, I'll be able to know what is going on in the Court of Appeal, in the High Court, and courts of similar jurisdiction. In all probability, we should also have a magistrate with us. The CRJ is with us. heads of directorates are with us, I would want to have very structured meetings with all of them, because that is the cabinet. And with that cabinet, because I'm still ultimately the one reliable, I should be able to know what is going on at every level of this judiciary, including the Cathy's courts, and including how many tribunals have transited and what we are doing about it, and including the improvements we can make, like small claims courts and how we get them going. So it's not difficult for me, because I have with me a dedicated team that I do hope I'll be able to work with quite effectively.
Thank you, Senior Counsel.
But if I could explain about the Supreme Court, because you had also asked me about the Supreme Court.
Yes, please.
The Supreme Court, being a collegiate court, I'll be one amongst equals. And what I'll do from day one is to personally call all the Supreme Court judges, and we shall have a meeting as equals. Collegiality, commissioners, does not mean, and I must say this, it does not mean that I impose my views on them. It does not mean unanimity in decisions. That's not what collegiality means. And we, as a Chief Justice, I'll try to have very robust engagements by the judges. I'll not stifle them by telling them, look, let's decide this way. Sometimes, in most times, by having individual opinions is the growth of law. But if you stifle it by having unanimity, you are not going very far. But of course, in such certain very divisive topics, like say racial segregation, you'd want to have the entire court with you. But with the ordinary cases that go to the Supreme Court, I would want the individual judges to actually show their best. If I could digress a little, we remember Judge of Appeal Nyarangi, because of his individual opinion in motor vessel Iridian. And we cite this to my Lord every other day about Judge Nyarangi said this, and we all remember him for that. In other words, individual opinions do immortalize judges, particularly if they are well done. I'll be able to balance that work because of my deep desire in development of law. Law is my passion. Instead of other pastimes, I would have time, even in the evening, to read and to generate my opinions. And even in that court, the Supreme Court, I'll try to have the same thing, expeditious disposal of cases.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. Let's go to a different area now. You must have come across someone called Montesquieu. You will tell us who that guy is. Tell us what he said, what is he known for, and how does that relate with interdependence?
Very good. That cause for me to quickly remember my reading in philosophy. Up to around 17th century, I may be mistaken, maybe a little earlier, man was living in what can be described as state of nature. A state of nature meaning there was no community or there was no law and order. That state of nature meant you are on your own. Consequently, life was very short, very brutish, very violent. Because of living in that state of nature, although lawyers want to take advantage of this, it is actually philosophers who actually saw a need of moving from the state of nature and to live within a community. And the first, if you could allow me, DCJ, before we go to Montesquieu, the first philosopher who saw the need to move from the state of nature to a community is John Locke. John Locke, or either John Locke or Hobbes, it's John Locke, who actually said that much as we want to go to a community, there are certain rights we cannot surrender. The first right we cannot surrender is life, liberty, and property. But we can surrender other rights of protecting ourselves. We surrender them to this community or this body politic that we shall create. So those three rights which could not be surrendered are today the rights we talk about, which cannot be alienated. But soon after John Locke came Montesquieu. Montesquieu said, even as you move from the state of nature, there's something you are missing. The first thing you are missing is absence of a body that can make laws. Because yes, we are moving now to a society, a community. We have an absence of a body to make laws. Next thing you are missing is an impartial judge. The third thing you are missing is somebody to enforce the laws. So Montesquieu, a French philosopher, is the one who is credited the world over by having the separation of powers. Separation of powers is not a lawyer-driven exercise or initiative. It came from these philosophers of the 17th century. That separation of powers was quickly taken over, as well as the three rights which cannot be surrendered, and Thomas Jefferson, as you may recall, in his Declaration of Independence, he ran away with it, and in America, the Declaration of Independence, which was done, I think, in 1770-something, had the three rights: right to life, liberty, but then he Thomas Jefferson twisted the property, and he said, pursuit of our own happiness. So the Declaration of Independence of America is a direct attribute of those philosophers. I hope I have answered you fully.
Save for we would like you to say something about what Montesquieu said, and which I think you have sufficiently explained, related to interdependence.
Interdependence, the beauty with interdependence, therefore, even at Montesquieu level, you have the three powers, for lack of a better word. One creating the laws, another one the impartial judge, and another, the third one enforcing. And this become the legislature, judiciary, and the executive. Their interdependence is that you, as the executive, you require the laws to be enacted by legislature. And as a judiciary, you become the impartial arbiter of any dispute that will arise, either horizontally or even vertically. And in that, I see, as a matter of fact, that is the same thing that is today known as the separation of powers within our Constitution. The interdependence meaning that you are not isolated. Could I say this? Judiciary is not created for itself. Judiciary is created as a service industry to the people of Kenya. So if it's understood we are service industry for the people of Kenya, we are not created for ourselves, then we become interdependent because the people we are serving are the people of the Republic of Kenya. Both executive, both legislature, and more important, the 47 million or 40-something million of our citizens. That is our core business.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. I have two final questions. And the first one will be as follows. would you say that the jurisprudence emerging from the Supreme Court confirms the transformative nature of the Constitution, or it belies it? And while still at the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has exclusive original jurisdiction to hear and determine disputes relating to the elections of the office of the President, arising out of Article 140 of the 2010 Constitution. Please, with the reference to Section 83 of the Elections Act, the various amendments thereto since 2016, and any other relevant jurisprudence that comes to your mind, Senior Counsel, please discuss the role of the Supreme Court in the nullification or confirmation of a presidential election. And please tell us whether that jurisdiction should rest in the Supreme Court, and what the challenges of hearing that important case are to the judiciary as a whole.
DCJ, you put me in a small fix, but I'll navigate. I'll definitely navigate these very difficult areas. The first one is easy. Supreme Court has come up with some very transformative judgments. Very, very transformative. Let me say this. The Murwateto case, although misunderstood and misapplied by courts in Kenya, has won the pride of place all over the world. I do not have, but I can provide to the Chief Registrar. I was just going through my searches around Murwateto. It is quoted with approval in Barbados. A whole paragraph of Murwateto is quoted with approval. Not just Murwateto, but a whole paragraph of how the Supreme Court came to arrive at a decision that a mandatory death penalty is an illegality. But having said so, I think I could say a word or two about it. In Murwateto, which I had occasion to argue, the question was not about death penalty as such. The question was about a colonial relic. In 1938, the colonial masters inserted Section 204 in the Penal Code. They did the same in other colonies, Malawi, Zambia, Belize, a few other colonies. But at the turn of independence, those other countries had amended their law. But in Kenya, 40, 50 years later, we still have this Section 204. My attack was on a mandatory death penalty, not the question whether a death penalty is constitutionally viable. It could be viable. But a mandatory death penalty means that we are sharing our judicial power with the National Assembly. Judicial power cannot be shared. The unfortunate thing, Commissioners, is this. I think Supreme Court didn't make it as explicit as it could that this applies only to Section 204. For the simple reason that Supreme Court thought you can bring into place other actors like Attorney General to come with proposals. Hopefully after they have come with proposals, then Supreme Court will give further directions. As fate would have it in this country, there's a word called lethargy, and after a year, the year that Supreme Court thought that the report would be there was no such report. I lost track with the Murwateto case. But I do know as a fact that what Supreme Court would have wanted to do was not done because the other players in that who are defined by name failed to do that which they were supposed to do. But it's not too late. In the event that you honor me with this position, I'll immediately get to Moroateto, see how the judges who could hear it or to come to terms with how we now do not allow it to be a way of people running away from what are otherwise valid sentences.
Moroateto Senior Counsel is one case. Another one that is transformative?
Another case which would have been transformative but didn't become as transformative as I thought was the arbitration appeals, because we lost the opportunity of Kenya attracting arbitrations from all over the world like other countries have. That case was going towards making arbitration insular from judicial intervention. The Supreme Court almost reached there, but backed out by saying that go back to Supreme Court and let Supreme Court see whether it was. So those are the two that would immediately come to mind. As regards presidential election petitions, could I start off with the challenges? The first challenge every Kenyan would say is the 14 days. It's not a challenge. We have done it 3 times. We have done it because lawyers in this country do believe that you can do tasks within a relatively short period of time. I say this in contradistinction to what happened in Zambia. In Zambia in 2016, they have the same law. The lawyers took 10 days, exchange of papers, another 2 days, case discussions and case conference, and they remembered they have not had their case on the 14th day. So the presidential petition was not heard. It was not heard because they started saying that can there be extension of time? Needless to say, the lawyer for the successful party said, it's cast in stone, it's cast in the Constitution. So I do not see that as a major problem. Section 83, DCJ, in 2013, it was applied fully. It's on the basis of Section 83 that the election was upheld substantially. Come 2017, there were difficulties. The court, the majority decision did not apply, as I remember, Section 83. Dissenting judgment, I believe, of Supreme Court Judge Joki dealt with it. But then there was an amendment by National Assembly. Many things were done. The amendments have been struck off, I remember, by one of the petitions by Katiba Institute. So we are in fairly murky waters about the application of Section 83.
Who should start hearing that case, Senior Counsel?
Sorry?
Which court should?
A presidential petition, I would, without reservation, say, should be the sole preserve of the Supreme Court.
Reasons?
We have a lot of similar jurisdiction. Malawi, as you know, has the similar jurisdiction. They nullified the presidential petition, I think, last year. If we do presidential petition in any other court, then there will be issues about appellate processes. I do believe Supreme Court has won its pride of place by having dealt with 3 presidential petitions, and in all 3, the actors may have had reservations, but by and large, is now an established jurisprudence of the Supreme Court.
Now, to my final question. Right now, as we are sitting here, there is the debate whether or not the 15th Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya ought to come from inside or from outside, the insider-outsider debate. What is your view of a practitioner, in effect an outsider, at this particular time coming to head this very important institution? Justify your answer with some basis. And that will be my last question to you, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, DCJ. Maybe let me start with the last. United States of America, which has the pride or prides itself as being the most liberal democracy, from 1896 to 1953 had racial segregation as part of its judicial policy. Schools were on a racial basis. A black boy, black girl will go to a black school. Similarly, a white girl, white boy will go to another school. Public transport was in the same way. Supreme Court in that country was divided for over 70 years. They had several judges, eminent chief justices. They could not see that segregation is an archaic practice. 1953, General Eisenhower nominated Warren as the Chief Justice. Let's look at Warren. Warren was a very successful lawyer, had conducted numerous prosecutions in the United States of America. He was one of the most brilliant lawyers America had seen. He then transitioned to be the governor of California. Was a governor, I think, for 2 or 3 terms. In 1952, this Warren man was so popular he thought he could stand as a president and sought the nomination of the Republican Party. He was defeated by Eisenhower. He subsequently became the Chief Justice of the United States of America. I emphasize this insider-outsider difference, how difficult it then becomes. Warren is coming from a lawyer who became a governor. He's never held a judicial position, didn't have the longevity of private practice like I've had, and he became the Chief Justice. And then the question came in his court about racial segregation. Brown decision. Warren marshaled all his colleagues, and they had a unanimous verdict that there can never be racial segregation in the United States of America. Something that had been unable to be done by chief justices, career judges who had been appointed as chief justices. Same Warren, you remember in the next case, Loving against Virginia, you could not marry across racial barrier. A black boy could not marry a black girl. And Warren came with this very beautiful sentence, that love resides in your heart. And no state has the business entering your heart. Unanimous verdict. He managed to defeat racial segregation in the United States of America by his judgments. Look at the first judgment by Warren. This of racial segregation in public schools and transport, 12 pages of brilliance.
All right, Senior Counsel, we have heard about Warren. Now tell us why the Are you saying the outsider, therefore, is better than the insider?
No, I'm not saying there's anybody who is better than the other. My point is this. Please look at merit. Please, let's not have this distinction in JSC as my plea to you that there's anybody who is an outsider, there's anybody who is an insider. The hours I have spent in judiciary before Supreme Court came here, this was our High Court, Honorable Commissioners, this was our High Court. I've spent more hours in the library here, I've spent more hours in court here than cumulatively a few judges have spent in their judicial life. In other words, I do not see it as a correct description to call a practitioner an outsider. I prefer you call him a consumer of judicial service. No, definitely not an outsider. I'm as much part of you, I hope I will not be rejected, as much part of you at all times, because I'm a consumer of your service and I represent the people who actually become the beneficiaries of judicial service.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. Just a small clarification. I took an interest in your answer by the question from DCJ on this philosopher called, is it Montesquieu?
Montesquieu.
Yes, and you answered very well. You answered very well, really giving an academic answer. And my question is, Senior Counsel, is this philosopher someone who, in a lawyer, would remember what they said from their judiciary philosophy class, or is it that you read a lot of philosophy?
Professor, I will say this without any fear. I did a bachelor's degree in law, University of Nairobi, a master's degree in law from possibly the second best university in the United Kingdom. We never learned philosophy. I learned philosophy in Strathmore in my second master's. Philosophy, therefore, becomes one of the most important tools that you must have, particularly if you're going to any leadership position. Montesquieu and all other philosophers, Thomas Aquinas and everybody from medieval times. And if I could, with your permission, the first trial was of Socrates. And you know, probability, my Attorney General may recall, the first trial in 399 BC was of Socrates in the city of Athens. And those are the things you learn in philosophy. It broadens your knowledge, it broadens your judicial approach, and lastly, it gives you a very complete world view of the law and the people that you are to serve.
No, that's okay. I just took an interest because of the way you answered it, but now...
Thank you, Prof.
I'll now request Honorable Commissioner Mohammed Wasame Judge to continue the technical questions.
Thank you, Professor. Senior Counsel, from what you have stated, you are a successful advocate and you have practiced law for quite some time. I want to know and understand what motivated you to apply for the position of CJ and what you are looking for and what values, both in terms of administrative leader, jurisprudential leader, you bring on board.
Thank you, my Lord. Chief Justice before 2010, I would not have been interested. Chief Justice after 2010, I'll be interested. Interested to serve. I emphasize interested to serve for the following reasons. Post-2010, the Chief Justice is really a leader and a transformative leader. A leader who will never take us back to the state of nature that we almost experienced in 2008. A leader to take this country to a level that we can now compete with our equals in the world. What values do I bring? My Lord, I bring the following values. Ethics is one of my core attributes. I'll bring ethical values into this judiciary. Ethics not in terms of saying do and don't, but to inculcate a culture that we know we are there to serve. To inculcate a culture of correct work ethic. Correct work ethic is not something you legislate. It's something you almost, so to speak, fellowship with the fellow judges. And we agree that really let us be servants of the people who have given us this power. This judicial power is derived to us or given to us by the people of Kenya. We are trustees. Let us not abuse that trust. I'll bring all those values. I'll bring the values of hard work. Allow me to say this, my Lord. In this career that you have referred to as successful, it is a career that I've managed because of one word, perseverance. And for any lawyers, wherever they may be, young lawyers particularly, I would want to tell them this. This legal career, if one is starting, you do it brick by brick. There are no instant successes. And equally for the judiciary, I would wish to have discussions with judges at JTI and to see that really by peer review, we can even improve our reasoning in judgments and rulings. Those are some of the values that I believe I'll bring.
Thank you very much.
I'll bring that value of continuous reading of beyond law, philosophy, and other disciplines. Thank you, my Lord.
You have also talked about the impressive CV of Mutunga and Maraga, what they did as Chief Justice. Because of the 2010 Constitution, having served also in the judiciary even before them, I was also very impressed with Evans Gisheru as Chief Justice. That's for your information. JSC is looking for a Chief Justice who can take the judiciary to the next generation after Mutunga, after Maraga. I want you to share with the Commission, from your experience and knowledge, 3 institutional weaknesses, if any, in the judiciary that you will address so that you can take the judiciary to the next level. 3 institutional weaknesses.
Before I go to the 3, my Lord, Chief Justice Gisheru and other Chief Justices also did beautiful work. I was here when Chief Justice Madan was the Chief Justice Coker. I have worked under them. They did wonderful work under difficult circumstances. But those circumstances are no longer with us. The structural difficulties which were there, some of the, and I say this not as a condemnation, we still have weaknesses in delivery of or conclusion of cases. Conclusion of cases is still bedeviling us in a very major way. Hearing of cases is also something that is still a challenge. ICT, as my Lord is aware, we have done, and I must say this, it is my heart to judiciary, we have overcome the mental barrier. Most of us had a mental barrier that ICT cannot work. We have overcome that barrier. We now know ICT can work. All we need to do is add capacity, and we are almost there. And with ICT, with other human skills, human resources, will be more or less on the way to the next level.
Thank you very much. Now let's go to the difficult issue. This is RILA 2013, which in my view spearheaded a critical legislative reform in the election laws that included the incorporation of technology in our elections. But one of the critics of that decision is what the court called the timely filings of election petitions. And you were involved in this case. The court rejected that voluminous affidavit by the petitioner, which was filed, in my view, within which was not filed within the it was not filed with the petition, but it was filed before the determination or the hearing of the petition. Are you a Chief Justice who will give broader interpretation to filing of petitions, such that if somebody feels he has filed the petition within the 7 days, but there are critical issues which needs to be brought before the court, and is brought before the determination of the decision, are you a Chief Justice who will allow broader determination, broader interpretation, such that justice is served to all litigants who come before the Supreme Court, especially in presidential petitions?
My Lord, as you indicated, is a difficult question, but we can actually answer this on principles of the Constitution. The first principle, my Lord, is that we have 14 days for Supreme Court to decide. Or let's start a little earlier. From the declaration of the result, an aggrieved party has 7 days, 7 solid days. Put your act together. So the petitioner has a very big advantage, and I would want to be understood in this very well. Petitioner has 7 days from declaration of result. A petitioner who is desirous or who considers that if all doesn't work well, I'll be petitioning Supreme Court, has another almost 5 days at Bomas of Kenya, where collation of results is taking place. So cumulatively, a petitioner who is diligent has 12 days to put his house together. The respondent has a very short period to answer hundreds and hundreds of volumes of pages. And my Lord, as you indicated, I've had the advantage, or I've had the privilege of handling this. It is not once or twice. I had, together with my legal team, less than 2 hours of sleep per day, because you are dealing with massive accusations, massive innuendos, and massive everything. So the respondent actually is disadvantaged. By the time of filing this, you have Supreme Court, per the Constitution, has 14 days. My Lord, let's agree that is cast in stone. It's not elastic. If you are to allow the same petitioner who had 12 days to put his act together to be able to come with another affidavit that would require me another 3 or 4 days to respond, my Lord, you take us to Zambia. We go directly to Zambia, where the judges realized on the 14th day that our time is up and we have not had these characters. It's a dangerous thing. So, my Lord, it's not even being broader interpretation. It is simply this. Unless there is any amendment, the 14 days is the day that Supreme Court must hear and determine. So you cannot have the luxury of allowing one party more latitude than the other. Allow me to say this, my Lord. If further affidavit was allowed, principles of natural justice, I would have been given corresponding time to respond. If I'm given corresponding time to respond of the 14 days, then we'll start a hearing on the 11th or 12th or 14th day. It's not possible for a hearing to be done.
Okay. Another critique leveled at the court in 2013, the Raila case, is that the court is allowed within 14 days to hear and determine the election petition. But on the 14th day or on the 13th day, the court renders one paragraph judgment. In essence, people are saying, and the decision is rendered maybe after 1 month or 2 months, the court is enlarging the constitutional timelines by not rendering the full and the final judgment of the court. Are you a Chief Justice who will ensure judges of the Supreme Court render their judgment on the 14th day or on the 13th day as provided for under the Constitution?
Yes, my lord. And this depends really from, now I speak as a practitioner, different styles by judges. I've been before quite a few of your brothers and sisters, particularly of yesteryear, who at the conclusion of the case will come up with a decision of the case and say reasons to be provided later. I've had that experience. And I will agree with you, the problem with that is this. I do not know for certainty why the decision went the way it is. I think the middle ground is this. I'll borrow heavily from Warren. You do not need a PhD or a master's as a judgment in any case. In Warren, in the Brown case, it was a 12-page, and it was sufficiently well-reasoned to be a judgment. If given the opportunity, as a Chief Justice, I would endeavor to my utmost to have a reasoned judgment within the 14 days.
Again, let's come to Raila 2017, Raila 1 2017. The petition was invalidated on the interpretation of Section 83. And the court accorded the section a disjunctive interpretation. Given the use of the word or, and later after the decision there was an attempt by Parliament to replace the word or with under, which was rejected, as you correctly said, by the Court of Appeal through an application made by Katiba. As a Chief Justice, are you a Chief Justice who, because the Supreme Court is allowed through majority decision to depart from its earlier decision, are you a Chief Justice who will depart from that position because your position that time was the conjunctive interpretation should be given to Section 83? I know it's a difficult, but you have the liberty to answer.
My Lord, you place me in an awkward situation where, in all probability, the emerging political formations are listening to this. I'll approach that court with a very open mind. Neither conjunctive nor disjunctive. I'll listen to them, oblivious of what my arguments there before were. And there's a lot to be said about this. The minute I take my judicial office, my oath of office, it becomes a divorce, the cut of the umbilical cord between Gatia practitioner and Gatia Chief Justice. It is a dicey issue, or has been argued, and I have argued, or can mean as an and it has been argued to the contrary. I'll be a Chief Justice who listen to legal arguments, oblivious of what I may have argued before, and rule in accordance with the Constitution.
Okay, let's come to the simple issues. In your first annual address, the Soja address to the people of Kenya, tell us 3 messages you will convey to the people of Kenya in major areas that you feel the judiciary is lacking or is of concern to you.
I will not approach the people of Kenya with an alarmist statement that the judiciary is lacking anything. My first statement will be that you have a judiciary that is capable and has been delivering very good service. I will be actually, as Chief Justice, will tell the people of Kenya, we are here to serve you. But I'll go further and indicate areas that we shall progressively work with them and make this judiciary even more profound in their day-to-day activities. I'll tell them the days of paying cash at the registry are days gone. We do not want so much interface with people. And I'll tell them in 2011, the revenue that we collected is 500 million. Last year, I think it was 2.8 billion. So I'll tell them, let's have more faith in technology. It's much easier for you to pay through an M-Pesa. I'll also tell them that there's this perceived rot in the judiciary, your file is missing. We are going to work together to have a digital filing system, the e-filing system. And I'll tell them that very soon we'll try to have even courthouses to be able to do e-filing for litigants in person. And I will explain to them the beauty with e-filing is that from the comfort of your phone, you can see how your case is progressing. In other words, my Lord, I'll be not a Chief Justice to condemn judiciary. I'll be a Chief Justice to show Kenyans that we are here as their servants and we are going to take this judiciary to the same level, if not higher, than what Singapore has achieved.
Thank you. And lastly, Senior Counsel, your solution for the 41 judges. And I wish you well.
My Lord, 41 judges, they are now 40 out of attrition. There are many solutions to it. The solution of a discussion would be the best. Failing a discussion, I would do my very, very level best. But my message would be this. I need all hands on deck. Without hands on deck, I will not be able to achieve. So the approach would be, let us find a solution. Let's not deal so much with the legalistic positions, much as they may end up with the result or the other. I would say, I need hands on deck. I am a captain, I'm handicapped, and there are difficult winds ahead, difficult storms ahead. I need all hands on deck.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Judge Wasame. Thank you, Senior Counsel. It's now the turn of Honorable Judge Majaja, Commissioner, to continue with the questioning.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Senior Counsel. I am looking at your sample writings. You presented 6 of them, some of the cases you have done, and 2 dissertations. And I would praise you that they are very, very well written. But before I touch on some of them, I just want to follow up from where my 2 colleagues have left. Starting with what the acting Chief Justice spoke about, insider, outsider. Kenya has had, the judiciary has been in existence in Kenya for over a century, 1897 up to date. We have never had a woman Chief Justice. So the issue now we are confronted with is to say this position must be for a woman. Just the way there are those who are saying insider, outsider, there are some who are saying now we want a woman to be Chief Justice. So what is your response to that?
As my Lord appreciates, I've never had the honor to be in a decision-making forum like JSC. Notwithstanding, let me go back to what happened not very many years ago, within our lifetime, 1963. Kenya was at the same level with Ghana and with Singapore. Same level. We were at par. Singapore said we are going to have meritocracy as our guide. Kenya and Ghana did not. Singapore, within our lifetime, is in the first world. We are still in the third world. And our brothers in Ghana, still in the third world. I will not be gender-driven in such an important process such as this. I am not here to say that a lady is not sufficient as a Chief Justice, but I'll look for a leader, be it male or female. I will not, so to speak, discriminate, because by discrimination, I would have even gone against the Constitution. The most merited person, be it a person of disability or whatever, is what I think JSC would go for. And I keep on repeating Singapore because these are things, transformations in that little place that have happened within one lifetime. There's no other country that within one lifetime have moved from third world to first world. And I listened to the Prime Minister, the 5 secrets of Singapore. Secret number 1 is meritocracy. Secret number 1, meritocracy. So here I am to answer you directly, my Lord. If I was looking for a judge, I'll look for judge so and so who fits that description, because it's the legal mind I'm looking for. Be it a lady or a man would be a secondary consideration.
Okay. I note you have also read a lot of philosophy. I haven't. That's why I'm unable to engage with you at that level. But probably tell us one female philosopher, one female person who has done a lot of ethics that you would think has made an important contribution to this area of law we are dealing with.
There are quite a number of lady philosophers. I may not recall them by name, but even at Strathmore, my lecturer, who I think is the head of the department, is a lady. I'll try to remember her name. Gishura, I think. Okay. Professor Gishura, a lady. One of the very best philosophers that ever taught me.
Okay, thank you. Yes. The other question, which arises from what the chair talked to you about, what the chair raised, and what we were talking about, the next generation. In my view, the next generation of this country is the youth. We know, for example, 60%, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, 60% will be young people, people under the age of 35. In fact, it is projected that for the next 10, 15 years, we will have a very youthful country. And that presents to the next Chief Justice a huge challenge. Because you have to you said you are a service, you have to cater to that demographic. I was a bit concerned when you say that you use the word ostentatious. There is a word you used that says you are closed, you are not part of social media, that is for other people. But one of the threats judiciaries worldwide and states have identified, and even our Supreme Court has identified, is the whole issue of information and disinformation in this age. Given your position as the Chief Justice, are you the kind of Chief Justice who is willing to engage on that platform that is accessible to what is now the majority of Kenyans?
Thank you, my Lord. Supreme Court of United Kingdom, and I'm sure my Lord will be able to see this during the break. Supreme Court of United Kingdom has possibly the best web page I have ever seen. Supreme Court of United Kingdom. With the click of a button, you are able to see all the outstanding cases. all the cases that have been decided, and actually what the holdings are. It is something we must try to have. It's so educative, so interactive, that you can actually go click to, say, a particular case on Brexit or whatever, and even get the lawyers' arguments in that case. That is the Supreme Court of United Kingdom. We must have that.
What about you as the Chief Justice, head of the judiciary, who people look up to?
I was to go to the next thing. Supreme Court of United Kingdom has a Twitter handle with hundreds of followers. My Lord, as a Chief Justice, I'd have no difficulty with engaging. The engagement I think I was talking about are the engagements that you see which are sometimes with respect, very abusive, unnecessary, that have become more or less the nature of the day. I belong to a little older culture that when you leave court, you don't start addressing the media about your arguments and everything. I'm of that culture that had a bit of restraint, because if we do not also have restraint, my Lord, then I don't know where we'll be going to. But if you could allow me to just say one word about the youth. I have a message for you, for the youth, particularly the young lawyers. We have hundreds of young lawyers who have no livelihood. Judiciary must change its style. We must also take part in development of this country. My mission or my view would be that we start having innovation hubs in our courts. All we'll need is a room, have several desks, have Wi-Fi, and these young men and women can be able to do their research. That is one of the messages I would have for the young lawyers. And of course, start over at Pilot, at maybe Milimani, and have it across board.
And finally, just to follow up with what my brother, Commissioner Watsame, spoke about, the 41 judges. And I just want to relate this to an issue of self-sacrifice. Are you willing, if we nominate you to be the Chief Justice, then you are appointed by the President, approved by the National Assembly, are you willing to tell the President, before you swear me, I would like you to swear the 41 judges? That's a sacrifice you're willing to make as a prospective Chief Justice?
Judge Majanja, you are one of the cross-examination is very incisive. I do not think it's possible to have a condition spelled out to the appointing authority. I think it will be disrespectful. But at the same time, I'll make it as important as my swearing in. In other words, my Lord, I do not see it befitting to say you must do this before you do this. But I think in the order of priority is to prioritize both events. To say that, please, as you appoint me the captain, you disable me by not having the hands on deck. That way, I think, would be more efficient and more effective than going with conditions precedent, as we call them in our court, conditions precedent. Okay. So it's not good to go with conditions precedent.
Yes. Another question, and this is on the Muruatetu. I heard you say that Muruatetu has been applied. Am I correct? You said it has been misapplied.
Misapplied.
Misapplied. Can you tell us the instances it has been misapplied?
It's been applied or misapplied in sexual offenses, robbery with violence, and very many other cases.
And why do you say so?
The Supreme Court was dealing with Section 204. I know judicial officers say by parity of reasoning, by parity of reasoning. Also, by parity of reasoning is a tool lawyers use, is a tool with certain shortfalls, because the parity of reasoning cannot be the same for sexual offenses. Parliament or National Assembly, in my view, is perfectly entitled to say, because of the prevalence of this offense, will give a minimum sentence. And parliaments all over the world have done that.
But you said in your same discussion, the reason why you challenged this law, and again, I'm quoting, you said, your argument leading to the unconstitutionality was that the judiciary cannot share power, judicial power, with the legislature.
Correct.
That is the principle upon which 204 fell to that extent.
Correct.
So what is the difference between sharing power with the judiciary in mandatory death penalty and sharing power with mandatory sexual, and it's not only mandatory sexual offenses, it's Forestry Act, for example. The old woman who is in the forest, she's found with firewood, and she's told she has to go to jail or pay 50,000 shillings. So what is the difference in the is the issue the principle, or the issue the offense? That we can pick and choose the offense, but remain with the principle?
My Lord, there are two different situations here. In murder cases, you have a one sentence fit all. We know as lawyers that no two murders are the same. So to have your life extinguished on conviction of murder, notwithstanding extenuating circumstances, is to have a sentence to fit all circumstances. In other legislations, penal legislations, I am of the view that depending on the prevalence of a particular occurrence, National Assembly may be within their power to indicate, for example, that for this offense, you pay a fine not exceeding this. So it's not a co-sharing of power. What Parliament is saying is that there's so much of prevalence of this issue. But I must also indicate to you, my Lord, that is not something I have ever argued. My arguments were limited to Section 204.
Okay. So I'll just ask now, going back to your readings, which I said are excellent. I have no problem with them, but just to raise a few issues. You were in the Okemo extradition case.
Yes, I was.
And I'm not talking about the merits. This case started in 2011. It started 2011. 2013, a petition was filed in the High Court. 2015, Judge Lenola gave a judgment. You appealed in 2016. 2018, Court of Appeal gave its decision. That's a period of 7 years. And if it went to the Supreme Court, probably it would take 2 or 3 years. So that must be an issue. If you become the Chief Justice, that would be an issue for concern to you, that an extradition case running through the system would take an average of 7, 8, 9 years. Probably just tell us one intervention you would make to deal with this kind of situation, particularly in this kind of cases where international interests are involved.
My Lord, it's a question of sometimes of a good case management. If judges were to conference, you may be able to actually see that the issue raised is a single issue. Without going to the merits, as you indicated, it's a single issue pending for determination in the Supreme Court, namely between AG and DPP, who has the legal power. It's not something that ought to take years. It's a single issue appeal. And I sometimes make my appeal so easy.
So I'm talking about the process. So what would you do in that situation?
If it started with the correct case management at the High Court, it was the same issue. It didn't require lots and lots of hours to argue. It was a single issue, and Judge Renaora decided it. He was overruled by the Court of Appeal, and we are waiting now for the Apex Court.
Okay. Then we have the Wajir West constituency petition. That one you lost. You lost in the High Court.
I won in the High
Court. You won in the High Court. Sorry, you won in the High Court. The election was set aside. Then you went to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal said you can't bring new issues. Set aside the decision of the High Court. Then the matter came back to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court upheld the High Court.
Yes.
There has been a concern, and this concern is reflected in the quote-unquote BBI amendments, that these election petitions should stop at the Court of Appeal. Is that something you agree with?
I speak now as a scholar. Too many petitions end up going to the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court is not being called upon to determine constitutional issues. A lot of them are really contestations of fact. Those contestations of fact, there ought to be a sieving mechanism at the door of the Supreme Court. So the ones which are dealing with contestations of fact, they are told no, be content, live with it, learn to live with the Court of Appeal decision.
So in actual fact, you are saying that this amendment is really unnecessary. You're saying because the Supreme Court has the jurisdiction to say that this election petition, for example, does not raise constitutional issues of constitutional interpretation and application, and that can be the sieve.
Yes, as my Lord will recall, the open door policy was done through Munya.
Munya, yes.
It's Munya.
Yes.
Munya case is the one that opened all the doors.
Yes.
Before Munya, we were in good comfort zone.
Yes.
But after Munya...
your client would actually have lost without Munya.
Yeah,
but on the larger question, so you agree that in fact election petitions ought to be treated like normal litigation?
Correct.
Yes.
Because they are.
Because they are.
Yeah.
So the Supreme Court has the devices to say that, you know, just because an election petition emanates from section whatever of the Constitution, it's a normal case, and you have to show us that in fact...
Very, very correct.
Okay. So say, for example, what one of my professor friends used to say, is there a difference between the governor's elections in terms of general public importance and one for an MCA, for example?
Apart from, of course, the ego, the legal questions are the same, because we are dealing with an electoral process. And dealing with an electoral process, all these must be seen in the same vein.
Okay. Then there is the issue of geochem and geochem, Kenya Bureau of Standards. That's one of the cases that came after Newto and Synergy.
Correct.
Yes, and I'm happy to say that I briefed your senior counsel in Newto just before I was appointed.
Thank you very much, my lord.
One of the critiques of Newto, and this is maybe something you will have to address, one of the critiques of Newto and Synergy is that it actually opened the door to appeals. In arbitration cases. How has that affected, in your own view, the general right of appeal in other cases generally?
My lord, because this is something that is important to discuss and to talk about. Neutral and synergy also argued at the same time, and the decisions delivered at the same time. When you have some time, please look at the holdings in both. In synergy, the final word is go back to Court of Appeal for hearing on merits. That's dispositive, the dispositive part of it. In neutral, which I conducted, is slightly different. We are told, go back to Court of Appeal, but this guy must establish in limine, making it like a preliminary hearing, whether he was entitled or his appeal lies within Section 35. So that's why you see that synergy has been processed by Court of Appeal and determined. Neutral has not, because neutral must go through a hearing in limine before it is admitted. So in my respectful submission, a lot of very difficult areas have been within neutral. How will you have this preliminary hearing within a hearing?
And so would you, in your own view, the Chief Justice's dissent would have been a better decision? You shut that door and call it a day?
Well, I won't go as far as that, because I'll be said to have a partisan interest. But the Chief Justice's dissent is very, very powerful. It's a very powerful dissent. And as we have seen in our judicial development, sometimes the dissent becomes the voice after some years.
Okay. Now, you have practiced for many years. And when you practice for many years, you become steeped in the traditions, the arcana of common law. And Justice Willie Mutunga then says that part of our challenge of judicial transformation is common law capture. We are captured by the common law. And for those of you who have practiced, some of us who have written, common law is a beautiful thing, but it is capture. It restrains us from transforming our law, decolonizing. As the Chief Justice and leader of the Supreme Court, what are some of the ideas you have in terms of surmounting the common law capture in order to transform our jurisprudence?
Yes, my lord. The common law capture is because that is what lawyers are taught at first tier system. The first tier being our first interaction with the law faculty. But as we progress, if we progress, we start finding that that capture or that information we got is not really the correct information. I have traveled and I have lawyers I work with. For example, in India, and actually you may be surprised, my lord, we are not very dissimilar. I think it's Article 20, yes, Article 22, which provides that dealing with Bill of Rights, the court should not be restricted by procedural technicalities. Should not be restricted by procedural technicalities. That is in our Constitution. Despite this, you still find, because of that capture you have indicated, courts here still require elaborate pleadings to be made. In India, we have what they call PIL, public interest litigation based on the Constitution. And that litigation can be done as informally as the court itself calling for the minister to appear before them and explain a constitutional infraction. So I am not captured. I am within the development of the Constitution that we must now give way to the modern way of doing things. Okay. And the Constitution has already given us this.
And in fact, in your thesis, this one on legal difficulty of delimiting the Kenya-Sudan boundary, which is now prescient as we are dealing with other boundary issues, maybe you would have been the lead counsel. But the
Attorney General didn't appoint me.
But there is a quote here that you know attracted me, and maybe I'll just read it to you and ask you. Say, sociological and geographical considerations are discussed briefly, not because they are unimportant, but they must be regarded as peripheral to legal consideration, which forms the main thesis of this paper. What I wanted just to ask is, apart from the law, are there other phenomena, other considerations that affect the law that are actually relevant in the way you interpret and read the Constitution?
Yes, my Lord, as I've indicated in that paper, sociological considerations are so important. As a matter of fact, the Supreme Court Act, Section 3, talks of developing a rich Kenyan jurisprudence. So we much as we look all over the world, our bearing, or if I were to use navigational terms, the beacon for Supreme Court is to try and develop a Kenyan jurisprudence. So sociological considerations become important, anthropology becomes important. We are who we are because of where we have come from. Okay. Those are things that we must start interacting with, because just interacting with abstract legal issues, our apex court will not grow.
And in your other dissertation on euthanasia, again, very well done. I've learned a lot from it. And one thing I've realized, it was an empirical study.
Yes.
And you found that, in fact, euthanasia is widespread, but under the table, widespread. And you were trying to ask, why is it being done? This is the same issue with abortion, isn't it?
Correct.
It's widespread, but it's all under the table.
Yes.
So the right to life is provided for in the Constitution. It is there. It is also, and the right to life begins at conception. But one of the interesting things in the Constitution is that that life may be taken away by written law. Written law. So Parliament has the space to legislate when life can be taken away. And it can actually, if it wished, it could permit euthanasia and other forms of how life can be taken away. But what I want to ask you is this. First, if Parliament passes a law, what are the kind of standards, constitutional standards, values, principles, can you discern from the Constitution itself that that law must be judged by to pass the constitutional muster?
Yes, the beginning point is Parliament cannot pass a law which is illegal. Parliament must pass a law that is within the law. And discussing this from the point of the paper that I wrote, allow me to indicate a little bit more. Euthanasia became what it is in the United Kingdom because of a decision by Justice Kennedy in the Planned Parenthood case. I'm sure you're aware of that. In the Planned Parenthood case, Justice Kennedy said that it's within you to decide what you can do with your body. In other words, your body is your self-project. And he used very flowery language to mean a person is like self-regulating and you have every right with your body. And that determination by Justice Kennedy had a direct influence to euthanasia, to abortion, to all the things that subsequently happened. My view is this. Philosophy now comes to regulate our life. Is man a self-project, or is man beyond a self-project? And that is answered in philosophy. If you look at Jeremy Bentham, he considers man to be sovereign. You consider other philosophers, they say no, man is not sovereign, you live within your image. But fortunately for us, we go to our own philosophers. I am who I am because we are.
But you have still not answered my question. My question is, Parliament passes a law. Because this is going to happen. In fact, Parliament may pass a law. There will be people running to your court to say this is unconstitutional. Parliament will not pass a law, but the constitutional, for example, recognizes that there is a right to abortion, and people will still knock at your door. So what are the values? Just tell us what are the values, the principles that guide that line between what you think or what the law or what the constitutional value places on life and what it places on the person. Can you just... That is what
I will be guided by the Constitution, my Lord, because the beauty with it is that it's not so much of a view, but what the Constitution provides. So if Constitution were to say that life begins at this point and life can only be taken away through an act of Parliament, then that act must measure to the constitutional master of a valid law. At what instances could that life be taken?
Okay.
Yes.
Finally, you agree with me that you talked about perceptions are important in terms of independence of the judiciary, in terms of accountability. We must deal with perceptions. So I'll ask you what I consider probably are personal questions. You represented His Excellency the President in the petitions that we have had.
Correct.
So obviously there is a public out there who feel that if Fred Ngatia is appointed as Chief Justice, he's very close to the House on the Hill, and that will affect his independence. What do you say about that?
The first part of the analysis was correct. With respect to the second one, you had a conjunctive about being close. Kenyans, I would wish to inform Kenyans and the JSC that I was appointed in 2013 to lead a team for which I'm forever grateful. 2017, I was instructed to do the same. But despite, and this is important, despite acting for the president-elect in 2013, as soon as the brief was over, I went back to my private practice. And that relationship of me acting for the president never continued. That is why, my Lord, you didn't see me in any lineup for conferment of chairmanship or directorship of state corporations. The president has at no time tried to interfere or influence me in any work that I have done. You'd remember, my Lord, as a Kenyan, that not too long ago, actually last year, a cabinet secretary tried to interfere with the election or with the appointment of the vice chancellor of the University of Nairobi. I went pretty heavy on the cabinet secretary, and he conceded his actions were wrongful. In other words, without saying many words, no Kenyan properly informed will see me as being influenced by the president, because during that period of time, I've worked for any Kenyan who has sought my services. I've worked for condemned prisoners, 5,000 of them. I'm actually maybe more popular in a few of those prisons than elsewhere. I've given them a second chance in life. Okay. I am not in any way influenced. And let's not forget this, and this is my last word. 2nd August of next year, 6 o'clock, 2nd Tuesday of August next year, at 6:15, in Kenya, there will be a president-elect. And that president-elect will be any Kenyan other than the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Okay, finally. But the issue here is perception. You've propounded the judicial test, but out there people don't propound the judicial test about knowing what they know. They look at you and they say, this one is like this.
Allow me to...
So, let me ask my question, Senior Counsel. So, having known that there is that perception out there, because it's something you'll have to live with, isn't it? Having known there is that perception out there, tell us, out of that situation, what do you think are the two issues you consider an impediment to the independence of the judiciary arising out of that situation, and how you intend to resolve them? And that will be my last question.
If there is a perception, and that will be maybe subjective, because many people I interact with see me as Ngatia the lawyer, not Ngatia the person who did the 2013-2017 petition. In between, I've acted for National Assembly, I've acted for so many other people. What I would do in the event that I'm honored and allowed to serve as the Chief Justice is to be as clear as humanly possible that in this judiciary, just like I think Chief Justice Mutunga did, the judiciary will be independent to the extent that we shall not be being directed by anybody or authority. But we shall be independent, being another arm of government. And if, for example, because of having acted for National Assembly or having acted for the President, that warmth or that relationship is to bring a speedy resolution, then that will be an advantage to the judiciary, in the sense that I'll be doing that which, or unlocking that which hasn't been done, particularly, say, for example, in our budget process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Judge Majaja. Thank you, Senior Counsel. Just to follow up, one thing you said, Senior Counsel, in your defense, that this perception may not be right, the perception of being close to the President as a result of representing him. You said that you have not been appointed as state corporation or chairmanship. So are you telling the Commission that those people who get appointed is because they are close to the President? I thought it's because of the work they do for the public.
No, I think, Prof, sometimes interpretations can go to any level. All I wanted to explain is this, that as soon as I finished my brief, I went back to my private practice, and that is where I came from this morning. I didn't come from any other place. All I wanted to also emphasize is, as much as I'm a Kenyan, please judge me on that basis. Do not discriminate me because of any client that I have acted for, because in the career I've had, I've acted for the high, I've acted for the poor, I've even acted for those who are in terminal condition. Judge me across board. One of the institutions I work for passionately is the hospice. In the hospice, we have terminal patients. I work for them. They are my brothers and sisters. So judge me for who I am. Do not isolate one person and discriminate me because of that. The President, like any other Kenyan, was entitled to legal representation. I'm not ashamed for acting for him. Actually, as I indicated, it was a big privilege and a mark of faith and trust that he could entrust such a massive undertaking on me. particularly in 2013, we were navigating uncharted waters. And I did that navigation and did it successfully.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. Honorable Commissioners, we'll take a break now. Mr. Gatia will take a break for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11:30.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Where it all started.
My name is Kamongari. I'm a visual artist based in Nairobi, Dagoretti. It's an inborn talent. I've never gone to school to study that. I have a degree in BA and a diploma in procurement, so I have done the 8 to 5 color perspective to an extent that I found it wasn't my thing. I used to practice art even when I was a small kid. But my parents, they're in that generation of look for something serious to do. So they never knew about art. Most of the art that I do would be sold out to friends. There are those who'd come claiming that they know people, they know where they can take this. And to some extent, my parents were like, no, this is not the future. I went, I studied, finished, looked for employment, kama kawaida, hustling, all that. Then after small employment, and I remember my last interview at KRA, I'm never ashamed of saying that, the assistant procurement manager at that time, I was told, I had everything, but I was told, kijana, suendo kafunge kuku. Until that point, that's when I was like, you know what, I'm done with this. I have to go back and do what I love. And I remember that for every artist, it's really wise and good when you have that support mechanism. Because my wife is my support mechanism. When we got married, I used to hear about art and just divert. Then after we got married, she saw a painting that I'd done somewhere. And so that moment will settle down. You'll go back to your art. And actually that's what happened. After my wedding in 2014, that's when I came back to my art after 12 years of break. And this is me pushing on. I paint for my heart. I paint about my life, and whenever I paint about my life, I see other people reflecting or seeing themselves through the paintings that I do. I travel a lot. I don't ignore things that happen around me. And most of my paintings that I do, I sort of, let's say for instance, if it's a painting, I put the art, the love in me in that painting just to make it a bit different. It's a portrait. That's why I chose the style of surreal art, that style of art, where it's a mixture of, it's between fantasy and reality. This piece is called Wanyaga. It's a Kikuyu name. The meaning is called God's own. The reason I did this painting was every woman, or rather every lady who's blessed and is blessed with a child or who's expectant of a child goes through this. The society judges and depicts how a lady is supposed to look like. Ladies go through so many changes, so many hormonal changes. You have the big nose, you have the pimples, your body changes, all this. But you find that most of them you have to put on makeup, you have to hide yourself for a particular period of time. You don't want people seeing your belly big. But to me, this is the most beautiful stage of a woman. This is the epic. This is the peak. This is a blessing. With this, the reason I did this painting is to help people outside, or to rather help them see through how I see it. That a woman shouldn't be judged by how they look or the changes that they have. These people are carrying life inside. The reason for the flowers outside is because the change that we see is on the face. You get? And the face speaks a lot, the eyes speak a lot. These changes mean, the flowers mean that you're beautiful the way you are. It doesn't matter what people say, because deep down in your heart, deep down inside you, you're carrying out, you're bringing out life. I have sort of outbursts, small outbursts in me. I can have a small outburst with a particular name or a particular feeling or a particular emotion that crosses my mind. I'll put that down if it's a word. If it's a feeling, I'm going just to put a particular color on a canvas. Then afterwards, the journey starts, slowly and slowly. The more I create, the more I see the colors blend, the more the image brings itself out. Or rather, let's say for instance, it's a piece like this. This is something that I've been thinking over and over and over and over and over, and it's something that I've been able to research more. So when I paint it with the perspective of reaching to a much more larger crowd. You get? And this means that it makes me, it consumes most of my time, because I have to look at it, I have to reflect, I have to see myself through it for other people to be able to see what I see. There's a community I usually visit back in Tinga. I do this with an organization called the Agino Foundation. We assist them with relief food, and we're trying to build a well for them, because the place is literally dry. When I went there, there's a time I went and stuck for 2 weeks there. The Maasai people, most of them look at them, admire the jewelry, and just that. To me, when I took my time and stuck there for the 2 weeks, I fell in love with how they literally look besides the jewels. At night, the sky is beautiful. It's extremely beautiful. It's so clear. You can see colored stars. You can see shooting stars. Without merging the stars and the Maasai people, removing the jewelry and everything, it gave birth to beautiful night. Yeah. To me, this one speaks a lot because it speaks of what I see when I go back there. Art is a journey, and art is a self-discovery now and then. And the more you do your art, the more you get to know about yourself, and the more you grow, the more you interact. I'd say I've had enough shows. I did my first solo show this year, which was 100% success. And I'm so grateful to everyone that came over for the show. I've interacted with so many people, so many big and mighty people. I've had enough TV shows. I've had publications. I have the school through my art. This art touches me. It does not only touch me, it touches so many lives. Because through these kids, or through the school that I started, the volunteer school that I started, there's so many people who've come on board because of this art. So I'd say I'm not the same person, and I'm happy I never went to the 8 to 5. When I came back to art, I started with charcoal art. Then afterwards, I went to different portraits. I went to different forms of art, up to this particular moment when I'm doing surreal art. It's usually a transition from one level to another. If other shows can be provided, if platforms can be created, I'm sure the creative sector can really assist the economy of Kenya, yes, to be honest. Right now it's growing. I'm happy with the change of perspective that art is a white man's mode of stuff. I'm grateful and thankful for the way the African mindset is changing, that a person or even a Kenyan can be able to buy a piece worth 100,000 and not even bargain on it. Because initially we were told that expensive art is meant for wazungus. Right now, a client who can come into my studio and purchase a piece that's worth over 70,000 shillings. I'm so glad and grateful to every Kenyan who's supporting art, and every person who's opening their doors to provide platforms for exhibitions and all these things. And also grateful to the government for the platform that they're trying to raise or create, and all the associations that support visual art. I'm so grateful for them. When I was starting, charging was a very tricky thing. Up to now, there are pieces that I wouldn't let go just like that. Every artist falls in love with the pieces that they create. There are pieces here that are old, that my own family, that I want to let them out. You get? But to me, when I'm charging my art, it's the kind of attachment I have with it. And also, the state that I have been able to reach to be able to sell my art. It's pocket friendly. That means you can't miss any piece. How I work with my clients, you come and fall in love with a particular art. We sort of negotiate, what's your budget? So that I may be able to give you something that won't inconvenience me and will not push you so far. But whenever you're going to buy a Mercedes-Benz, whenever you're going to DT Dobby, when you fall in love with something, you really just give everything for it. You get? And that's why I really give thanks to every client that comes to my studio and purchases art. Because they come willingly to buy that art. In art, you just have to push it for yourself. You don't have to depend on anyone. It's actually how you package yourself. Number one, you really have to know how to package yourself. You really have to know how to present yourself. You really know how you just have to know the particular art you have to take to a particular place, because not every art is seen, is accepted, or is admired at every place. Yes, because for instance, there's a difference between tourism art and contemporary art. You really need to know, what is this, what's your target, what's your niche market, where do you want to take this art to? Because for instance, there are communities that don't buy portraits. They're good with abstract, realism, and other types of art. You really have to know this. And truth is, that means you really have to research a lot, you have to read a lot, you have to interact with different artists for you to understand how the market is. I have social media platforms. I have Kamau Ngari. Kamau Ngari. The Ngari is Ngari. That's IG. The Facebook is Kamau Ngari. The Ngari, the NG has a hyphen, then ARI. Then on Twitter, it's K, capital N, GAARI. Number one, you have to believe in yourself. You have to love what you do. Because if you don't love what you do, other people won't love what you do. If you don't believe in yourself, no one will believe you. Don't let people pocket. Have your standard. Explore. Interact with other artists, other people who you think of the same. And basically just speak out about your art. And don't give up. Art is a journey. It's not a one-time growth, and you'll succeed in life.
Every day.
So what do we do now?
We take it day by day. I have to believe that something good is gonna come out of this.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
His will is still alive, Nikita. My son Ashok is still alive.
If we had to capture Ashok alive, then we had to keep Bindusar alive as well.
I'll completely break your spirit.
How can this stop me from entering my own home and protecting my people? No matter how much you think, we cannot get inside.
What is going on? Who are they?
Whoever has closed the door will not be spared from our doors. Just get that one thing clear in your head.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Call the police station. Let's go.
No, let me go. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything.
Someone shot your wife. What? She's at the Continental Hospital. Emma asked Amaya to go to her apartment, and either she or someone else shot her.
Oh, my sweet Lord. I was arrested, and they want to put me behind bars. What? Immigration, please help me. I have no one else to turn to.
She got into an accident, and she was shot.
Oh, no, oh, my goodness.
Next on.
Namleta mgeni na mpangaji.
Tena namfanya hivi lakini
kwa leo tu, kesho tutakwenda kutafutia ile nyumba nilokuambia. Asiweza kutumia huo mzigo. Shukrani sana. Sasa shindwa mwenyewe.
kuna ile kule store.
Nina store hiyo kama kundalalisha huko, mndalalisha mama. Alafu na wewe kwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Dabra.
Nifika huko.
Next on
just see me as your family, not just see me as your friend. Nice. Everything alright. Journey, journey, journey to the ends of the earth. But the wish will never burn that way.
Next on
matumizi mabaya ya ofisi, hasa zaidi ofisi za umma.
Na vile vitu vya mtoto vile vya akijisaidia vile pampers vile. Pampers. Nichukulie. Jana soko isijui kwa wapi. Wewe mtoko hujata nikia marikiti kwa wapi? Hizi marikiti kwa wapi? Na leo jaipitia.
Anawacha kazi ya kupeleka fai, anatumwa supermarket.
Yaani this. Hii kitu kinaharibu jina ya kampuni. Hizi zote kwa ndio. Kwa takataka kwa hapo. Yote ndani tunaelewa kwa ndio kuanguza pangara kabisa. Sasa sekta yangu ni tarakilishi.
Huo ni ungwana kweli.
Mimi naitwa Queen Motamboki. Nafanya reality. Nilianza kuchora nikiwa high school. Hapo ndio nilijua naweza chora, sababu nilikuwa nikienda supermarket na najipata tu zile sehemu za kubai vitabu vya kuchora, napata naenda shule na nachora cartoons, vitu kama hivi. But sasa ku perfect kabisa nilianza 2016. Nikienda campus nilikuwa nataka nifanye mambo ya mass communication, ndio nilikuwa nataka kufanya. Kuna ma-artist wenye ni wanawake wanafanya art na nimepatana na kadhaa. Siwezi sema ngumu vile, but ni poa, una feel poa sababu ninafanya.
Let's start with the jurisprudence, which, as my colleague Justice Majanja said, you've presented very well written papers. But just a question regarding this Murwateto, because following on what some of the candidates here have talked about the matter, of course your responsibility was as a council, but now I just want to discuss the decision itself very briefly. There seems to be a position taken that probably the Supreme Court would have done more in terms of providing certainty on how the decision was to be implemented. In fact, one of the candidates said that there seems to also not be now, there seems to be confusion in the manner in which when the sentencing is being done by different courts. Then some of the cases some of the sentences had been affirmed by the High Court, but when it came now to resentencing, some parties were, lawyers were moving now to the magistrate's court. There were matters that were already in the Court of Appeal. Then again, even when the Court of Appeal was ready now to hear the matters, they would be told that the the convicted person have already been released. So a lot of confusion. In fact, some have said that it has led to whereas the principle was good, but in terms of now the application, there has been a lot of confusion. So which leads me to the question, as the leader of jurisprudence and the president of the Supreme Court, if you became now one, what would you do differently in ensuring that a decision is well crafted in a way that it is not left to different interpretations? When it comes to implementation, it's seamless.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's all a question of the language, and in language we can communicate something very effectively. In my view, if we only had another sentence that this is limited to nullification of Section 204. So robbery with violence convicts will not have taken advantage of it. The problem really, Commissioner, is this. The constituency you represent, including myself, are very ingenious. And because they are ingenious, it behoves on the judiciary to have a draft judgment, look at it again, so that it is not capable of judicial or lawyers' ingenuities. Because lawyers' ingenuity is the biggest problem. The Supreme Court was quite clear. What ought to happen is that all the 5,000 of my clients to have a resentencing done by the trial court. And the trial court for murder is only one, is High Court. So the lawyer who went to the magistrate's court actually was doing what we are now talking of, the legal lawyers' ingenuities. So not much blame can be really at the doorstep of the Supreme Court. They came up with a fantastic decision, but in retrospect, it can be perfected. It is not too late. If the Attorney General, I think the Attorney General has already submitted what he was supposed to submit, plus other stakeholders, I think ODPP as well. Supreme Court should now get together and have an order of directions to now more or less perfect their judgment. It's not too late.
Yeah.
But the simple answer is a judiciary, a Sangatia court, like the Warren Court in America, I would go an extra mile to read a judgment. Sometimes we give the first draft and we publish that as a judgment.
Yeah.
Even for my pleadings, I'll have a first draft, reflect on it, have a second draft. And most of the pleadings have done well. It's actually the third draft, not even the second draft.
Yeah, in fact, the ones who have gone to magistrates, they've applied the same parity of reasoning as you said, even in respect to other offenses.
Yes.
Now, then the Weber case, which again has caused a lot of problems, including even what has been discussed here by some of the candidates, that a good decision, but it did not provide clarity what happens to the cases already filed. And so, and there are many of them that had been instituted. The constituency you're referring to that I represent, many of them also even help litigants. They put in resources to file some of these cases, which they agree with clients they will be compensated after the conclusion. Now the cases are stuck. The Supreme Court has said that it's the director to deal with them, but without clarifying which, the cutoff and all that. So again, I don't know what is your view regarding that confusion again, whether again the Supreme Court should have gone further to put clarity so that again, that confusion does not arise.
Commissioner, the Weber case, I must disclose, I was the originator of it. I was instructed by the Law Society, as one of the things I've done for the Law Society, to nullify sections of that act. I appeared before Justice Ojwang, as he then was in the High Court. And he agreed that it had a lot of difficulties. As fate would have it, by the time it went to Supreme Court, I think I was out of the country, and another counsel was engaged. I have difficulties with the judgment but maybe those difficulties arose because of the transition between council. But it's never too late. Supreme Court is not bound by its decision, and at the earliest opportunity, Supreme Court, I'm sure, will look at it and bring clarity to the law.
Yeah, I say this because it has, it's one of the biggest matters that has caused a lot of pain and anguish amongst, the lawyers.
Correct.
In fact, the lawyers, I must say, were specific that they would want to hear your view regarding that.
Yes.
If you were to become, our Chief Justice. But I hear you.
Yes, and they'll remember that I was there for them at the hour of need. Because at the hour of need, all lawyers who do accident claims, their practices had collapsed.
Absolutely.
So even getting interim orders from the High Court was a very big relief to the members that you represent.
Now, let me come now straight to the issue again of, to pursue that issue of perception again, which has been raised by international, by ICJ, right? ICJ, they've raised this specifically, then I'm sure you are aware, you've seen what they've written.
Yes.
And they have been keen, to hear your view on that, and also this Athletes Society of Kenya, so that you can be able to satisfy. And one of the things that JSC did also was to put everybody's, apart from sample writings, also their biodata, everything, so that to be transparent. And now, and they say that, they would want to hear, to have assurance regarding this issue of perception, because they believe that, like some of them, quoted the fact that even your church was commending you for bringing the president, the deputy president, for a fundraiser in 2018. So they believe that you are quite close, to the system. So, I mean, to the president specifically and the deputy president. So I would still want to hear, and that's my last issue on that issue of perception, how you'd be able to deal with it vis-a-vis the issue of judicial independence, so that, if JSC was to appoint, was to recommend you as the next Chief Justice, that Kenyans will not say that JSC had already decided anyway. It was just, in social media, for us who are in social media, you will find many of them saying that everything else you are doing is just, window dressing. The decision has already been made. In fact, there's even a joke that if you want to see the next, if you want to know who is the next Chief Justice, scratch the card. Then they put your picture and they put, it's like it's predetermined, regardless of the merit and all that. So, as a last point, from where I sit, how do you deal with that perception, considering the fact that you are the chief agent of the presidential elections, which is not wrong. We are appointed in different capacities as lawyers, so one cannot fault for that. But we can't run away from the issue of the perception. And as JSC, we can't again run away from it because we are accountable to the public.
Correct.
Whatever decision we make, we must be able to stand and justify, that position. So I don't know what's your take regarding that.
Yes, I think, Commissioner, it's important I say this as clearly as I can. 2013, a great mark of honor, a great mark of trust to be entrusted with the petition. Together, of course, as you remember, I was a team leader. I had quite a number of advocates that I was working with. Let me say this, it was a one-off. In other words, after we finalized our work, I never continued working for HE, the president, in any other activity, personal or official, at all. And that ought to be put in the public domain as loudly and as clearly as possible. I was never a part or a member of Jubilee Party, not that I have anything against the party, but because I prefer to be really a lawyer for everybody across the board. 2017, the same thing. It was a one-off. Regrettably, or as fate would have it, let me use the correct phraseology, as fate would have it, despite my walking into that court thinking this time, I'm very comfortable, the voter margin difference is 1.7 million, it was nullified. So I was engaged once again, one-off. And even after 2017, I retreated back to my private practice where I have continued working. I would wish and to emphasize to JSC and the Kenyan people that I'm here as a candidate of the people of Kenya. I am their candidate, and if given the honor to serve them, I'll be appearing, so to speak, for the people of Kenya. Not segments of those people. I'll be appearing for the people of Kenya and I'll be implementing the Constitution. Commissioner, allow me to say this. It is correct. I do a lot of work for the Catholic Church. I'm a practicing Catholic. It is correct that indeed we are putting up a very big structure in honor of the founder of Consolata Missionaries. Professor Consolata Missionaries was founded by Blessed Aramano. Blessed Aramano, or his order, came to Kenya in 1902. Throughout the world, there is no country, and Consolata Missionaries are in very many parts of the world, where there is a building in honor of Blessed Aramano. But in Consolata Shrine, I, together with like-minded people, decided to have an office block in honor of Aramano. It's a big thing, and we regard we are the first in the world. The construction cost is quite substantial. We raised it, but we are almost going on our knees. We decided to have a major harambe for all the people of Kenya, not for segments of the people in Kenya. So the first person I actually approached is our MP, Mheshimiwa Wanyonyi. And Mheshimiwa Wanyonyi actually came to church to say he will be part of us. It is also true, HE, being a Catholic, we invited him. It is also true that the deputy president, as the deputy to the president, we invited him. And we didn't just invite political leadership. We invited each and every person, mostly of the Catholic faith, but we also invited my friends who are of the Muslim faith and very many other people. So in that congregation, political leaders were in the minority. The majority were people from everywhere, including one of the outreach is Deep Sea. Kenyans will call it a slum. I don't know why we use such terms. It's one of the areas we have in Westlands. Each one of them had turned out in large numbers, and we raised a lot of money. I'm saying this to emphasize one simple point. It is a mark of honor for a president to give a citizen, particularly a citizen who is not part of the government, some work to do. But it cannot be used against that citizen for any advancement in the career. And I say this with tremendous respect. If the president approached you as a medical doctor and you did a procedure for him, other patients will still see you as Dr. Macharia, not as the president's doctor, because you are not.
Yeah. Well, for me, I wouldn't mind to be his lawyer. I don't want to lie. If he approached me as his lawyer, not now as JSC member, but before, I would happily do the work. Now, let me come now to your individual qualities. We just forget about these other issues. Singapore actually is a case that I admire, and I've also studied the Singapore experience a lot as relates to judiciary. I keep quoting it to my colleagues at the Commission to a point almost where I bore them about it. And I agree, it's a classic example where they had a huge backlog and then it was sorted out. But I want to relate it now with just to again test a little bit, because what I noted is that the Chief Justice who changed was Yung Pang Hao. And this guy was, for a long time, a CEO of one of the most successful banks. In fact, he also helped in setting up the investment corporation of Singapore. He was really renowned for that. And the judges themselves, 4 senior judges in Singapore judiciary, said that our problems are too big, we need an outsider. They agreed, we need an outsider. Just, like yourself. The only difference, and that, I'm saying this because it's something that I put through to one of the candidates here, the only difference that they agreed that he needs a bit of judicial experience, and so the route they used was to put him first as a Supreme Court judge for a year actually, then became the Chief Justice. So which brings me now to the question, how you would relate that with you. If somebody said that, yes, because you are actually a jurisprudent, you are a walking, everybody agrees, nobody will argue with the fact that if you're talking about jurisprudence, it is in your head, you are walking jurisprudence. But perhaps the best route would be Supreme Court first, then the Chief Justice to get the judicial experience because of the dynamics of the institution. I don't know what would be your response to that.
Commissioner, it could be said that of Singapore. It's not a rule of universal application. Let's look at my first employer, if we could, because it's a gentleman who made me who I am. From the time he left law school, and I think he was trained in America, then came here, did his bar exams, he was a prosecutor. He was a prosecutor for numerous years. When Charles Jonjo became the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, my boss was appointed the Attorney General. He didn't go through any formative training. And because of the leadership skills I referred to, he ended up being a fantastic Attorney General. So I don't think you require some incubation before you are given a role. And the same would hold true for Chief Justice Mutunga. And many other Chief Justices we've had in Kenya didn't have to go through some training period. I would say, without any fear, without any equivocation, that I have the tools, the ability, and most important, the zeal to transform the judiciary. I don't need to go through any other position, and that is why I didn't apply for the position of judge of the Supreme Court. Okay, if given an opportunity, just like my 2 predecessors, within 4 years, I should be able to come before you and come with my scorecard.
Now, again, Al Warren, who again I also respect, that's something we share. And I've also studied a little bit about his background, and which probably could also have influenced his success. But what I also noted is that, as you rightly said, between 1943, I think, up to 1953, that's when he was the governor of California. And, California is slightly smaller than Kenya in terms of geographical spread, because I think they're about 423,000 square kilometers. Kenya is about 580,000 square kilometers. So he was actually governing a country, so to speak, equivalent of Kenya. So would somebody probably say that by virtue of being a governor, where he's leading, he's in charge of a state, even in terms of the judicial processes in the state, the administrative processes, legislative processes. So he's garnering experience that goes outside, beyond being an advocate or a lawyer, so to speak, that could probably have also influenced his success, that somebody maybe will criticize and say that perhaps he was better placed because of that background, that experience that goes beyond just being a lawyer, and that prepared him for being a Chief Justice. I don't know again what would be your answer, then I can leave that point.
Correct, Commissioner. Warren is a combination of many factors. He was a fantastic lawyer, went to become a governor, and then ended up as a Chief Justice. The candidate you're interviewing is not very different. I've just explained to you one of the things I did for University of Nairobi. And I didn't need to go to court to be able to transform that college to what it is today. And I've done many of such activities. Warren was in office as a governor, and what all these experiences, what these experiences give us, is give us the experience to be outside what you do. If you just say, for example, using, and it's a poor example, you are sitting somewhere adjudicating day in, adjudicating day out, as you do in your chambers as an arbitrator, as compared to somebody with a better world view of beyond arbitration, who has the skills of the arbitrator, but has more than the arbitrator. That is what this candidate who is before you has. I am qualified as a lawyer, I'm qualified as a philosopher, I'm qualified as a leader. I am no different from Warren. I hope I am within near reach of my former teacher, Chief Justice Mutunga.
Okay. Then the other issue that I probably would want to hear from you, and I'm again picking it from the candidates who are here. Kenyans have been seeing the candidates. I'm sure even now they are watching you, and also they'll pick, a few points and all that. And now, it seems like some of them are also now asking, particularly now again the constituents that I represent, that you see, one of the most difficult periods for this country was the late 80s and early 90s, before the repealing of Section 2A of the Constitution, so the so-called Second Liberation. And many of us, for me, that's the time I was just coming from a university. It was a time when advocates, were out there, playing. In fact, I would say that time it's like the lawyers were the opposition. They were the ones who are advancing the human rights, bringing political change, and all that. So some would want to know that during that time, what role you played, in whatever way. It doesn't have to be even at the front, because people play different roles with the same objective and they realize the same results. It's the different parts that lead to the sum total that leads now to the change. That any role that you'd have played in terms of advancing the cause of the second liberation and bringing us to where we are today. Because as you can imagine, one of the qualities you're looking for in a Chief Justice is courage. I'm asking that in the context of courage. Somebody would be able to be out there and to advance the change. You are doing something in your own small way to ensure that change is there, not just sitting, in the comfort zone. I don't know whether you'd have something to say, around that.
Yes, that's the virtue of fortitude, courage. Commissioner, I will go on record as saying this. You may recall the looting of public land that was characterized during that period. The MP of Embakasi, Mr. Honorable Thenge, and one of the councillors then, that was councillors, minor commander, approached me because at that time, if you may remember, I was at Post Bank House. Surveyors had come to City Market, and the case you'll be able maybe to trace it. They wanted to take away City Market. So the case of City Market Stall Owners Association, I did it. I had to overcome the permanent duty judge, Justice Dugdale, who would not give any orders because of this thing he held against everybody, called locus standi. Simultaneously, and I hate to say this, City Mortuary was about to be taken away. I did that case. And those are the cases that we were doing out of passion, because we knew sooner or later these things must come to an end. I did many other cases that I may not need to go into. I was part and parcel of it. Many of those people, including our brothers in Nakuru, I was their lawyer. I did so many matters for them, and I'm a proud Maybe I never went to the public barazas or to address the media, like of course some of our colleagues did, but I did my fair share of it. So in my anonymity, because I didn't want any accolades, I did what I could have done, and I am proud to say, when I pass through Banda Street and I see those stores and those Kenyans still having their stores there, pass through City Mortuary and know the service is giving our people, I feel very proud about it.
Okay. Now let me come to the challenges. This is now my last line of questioning of judiciary. The challenges that we face, and you raised up an pertinent issue regarding delays, where you find that it is still now that we are grappling with the issue of automation, when you should have done it actually basically in the 90s, so to speak. We are one of the few jurisdictions, in spite of the advancement of technology in the country, where judiciary is still grappling with the issue even up to now. And like I was watching this case of George Floyd, he was killed in May, I think, May last year, and now the jury is already now on deliberations. In less than a year, a determination will have been made, something that you're not able to achieve here. You've indicated about what will be able, to do regarding that. Now, a backlog, that issue of backlog and the slow pace, which has an impact also on the economy and the livelihoods and all that. If you could just summarize just 3 steps that you take immediately to make sure that things can move. We can now move from talking now to the doing, because we must accept that everybody, before there has been a lot of talk on it to a point where it has become a tired subject. 3 practical steps that you take to ensure that you're able to take now the judiciary to the next level in terms of ICT, in terms of productivity. You've talked about the quality, also even because you talk so much about the quantity and you forget about the quality. Like now the backlog, we all know as lawyers that there are many judges who very quickly have these notices to show cause to dismiss, that they can show they've concluded, but they actually didn't conclude. So 3 practical steps that will be able to deal with the numerous challenges we are facing that are impacting on practice.
Commissioner, dismissal of cases for want of prosecution is not really an access to justice. It is simply a running away from the reality. So I want to deal with the lived reality of the litigant. The lived reality of the litigant is that he wants his case concluded. So let us take, for example, a division like civil division. We say 3,000 odd cases. I would want to see, and I would deal with statistics, not hypothesis, how many cases have delayed over 3 years. There are so many. How many judges do we have? That is why I keep on saying all hands on deck. And maybe identify 3 judges, get them out of the cost list, and we now dedicate ourselves to clearing the backlog. All this is a statistical approach. That is why the department dealing with statistics in judiciary, I would even want them to report to me directly. Deal with it from a statistical angle, because that is a science. And see maybe 3 judges, allocate them nothing else, and these cases to be had on a day-to-day basis. Current cases, because we must do both at the same time. You mentioned the case going on in Minneapolis. It's just an example of finesse. But that finesse comes because all the actors are working together. Not just the judiciary, it is all the actors working together. You saw, for example, how meticulous the prosecution was. It was witness to witness to witness, even when they were dealing with medical doctors and everybody. That is not an impossible thing for us to do. So that once we start a case, the magistrate or the judge can allocate that case a day-to-day hearing and complete it. And if we were to do those, plus of course, enhancing our IT capability, I assure you, Commissioner, within a short while, we will do what Singapore did. Because we are not inventing a new wheel. We don't even need to go to Singapore for benchmarking. We can see their statistics and their approaches, and day after my swearing in, we start rolling off.
Now, my last question is regarding accountability. Because human beings, they want responsibilities, but they don't want to be held to account. In fact, it's something I experienced when I was oversighting police, where the police would say that, you know, IPOA, you are interfering too much with our work. They do not want to be held to account. They just want the responsibility, no accountability. Now, again, judicial office, sometimes you'll hear some saying that they would not want, you're pushing us too hard. Give us the resources, give us the facilities, let us do the work, but you're pushing us too hard when it comes to issues of complaints. So now tell me, as our Chief Justice, what steps would you take to ensure that even as the resources, we are talking about resources, we are talking about facilitating the judicial officers, the judges, and of course even the judicial staff, that we are also able to hold them to account on behalf of the public, because public also, the complaints come from the public. They also want the institution to be held to account because it serves them. So would you also give us some kind of, very briefly tell us how you go about ensuring that you are also holding the people below you to account? In fact, starting from yourself as the Chief Justice, and then also the people who are below you, so that you are given that position, but you're also able to account to the public.
Commissioner, let me again cite a Chief Justice I'm starting to read quite a lot about, the South African Chief Justice. What he did, because in their JSC Act, equal to ours, it had certain lacunas, like what happens to delayed judgments. And he came up with what I think is a very innovative thing. He came with a practice note, or the equivalent of a practice note, to say that if a judgment is delayed more than 6 months, that is a reportable occurrence to JSC. It's reportable. Why am I going there? We are also coming from a culture where, as you know from your members, members complain of judgments being delayed for 5 years. That cannot be within the work ethic of the modern judiciary. With the tools that I proposed, that I would propose that were made available, if we have a case management system, and I saw this in the Arusha court, as soon as the court starts, the president of the court can be able to tell the court started at this time. So even the time you start your court, however far off you are, it is a reportable event. That way, you are able now to hold all judicial officers to account, that we are not just sitting back and saying we have independence, and the equivalent of the independence we have in mind is to do nothing, because that is not independence. Independence means or comes with responsibility. And that will not only be the judicial officers, it will also apply to the Supreme Court. We must also be accountable.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Jero. Thank you, Senior Counsel. I will now request the Attorney General to ask you questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senior Counsel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Attorney General.
Just to follow up from the questions that have been posed to you, you're coming to a judiciary where, in the case of the Supreme Court, you have very experienced judges there, and that cuts across the board in the other superior courts, the magistracy, the qadis, and indeed the judiciary staff. And you have conceded, Senior Counsel, that you do not and have had no judicial experience. But you come to this interview with considerable and an illustrious career as a practitioner at the bar. How are you going to bridge this seeming gap of your lack of experience as a judicial officer, where you are expected to lead from the front, to give jurisprudential and administrative leadership to the judiciary, to the courts, and to the other people that you'll be dealing with, like the NCAJ and so on?
Attorney General, I do not see that absence at being a judicial officer is a gap in my CV. I don't see it. Mm-hmm. Just like I don't see it, the fact that you are never a state counsel with us and you being the Attorney General. I see leadership as the pivotal angle. I see in the Supreme Court, for example, judges who are never judicial officers. They became judicial officers when they became appointed judges of the Supreme Court. And they had no difficulty. And for them and for you, sir, you've been exemplary in your service delivery in your respective offices. The fact that I haven't been a judicial officer, but I've had a long exposure in law, and as you say, an illustrious career in law, I see, number one, I'll be easily accepted by the judges of the Supreme Court. I will actually be able to hold conferences with them from day one. I see myself being able to have a very collegial discussion with them. I have participated in most of their landmark decisions. They have, I know, some respect for me. For me, I have tremendous respect for them. So, number one, Attorney General, I see an immediate acceptance by judicial officers. And because of the way I have treated staff of the judiciary, I see no problem between the interface of I from private practice to be the Chief Justice. In other words, Attorney General, I see it as a very big plus. If I had been here and maybe quarreled in the nature of business with a judge, with so and so, that could even be a bigger concern. But because I've never been working here, I am, so to speak, a friend of all and acceptable by all. And with that, I say, without any fear, I see an immediate acceptance at the Supreme Court.
What tools are you going to engage in that leadership role? In formulating your leadership style, what tools, what personal attributes are most important?
As I indicated, I would have prudential judgment, very, very prudential judgment. I'll learn where necessary. I'll have my cabinet, the Judiciary Advisory Council. I'll learn as quickly as I can. I'll be able to work with them. And to a large extent, I will be able to have very irregular meetings with all of them and not change for the sake of changing. Try to work with the people that I find in office because they are my first point of call. And with the people in office would be really the way that I start my first, say, 100 days as I learn. Remembering at all times, Attorney General, that the buck stops at me. In Supreme Court, my leadership style will be very different, will not be any more different. I would want to understand the case backlog. I would want to understand how cases are, how benches are constituted, and then how we can start having our pre-hearing conferences immediately. Pre-hearing conferences, identify the issues, and get going. And in all those, I don't see any handicap. In all probability, I'll be the first to generate an opinion.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. You've just mentioned again the aspect of the expeditious disposal of cases. In the context of ongoing cases, not cases which have not been commenced. And my mind goes back to a case you will remember well because you were in it, of Goldenberg. You represented one of the accused persons.
Yes, I did.
And in that case, it was in the courts until virtually all the accused persons died. And even as we sit here, no judgment has ever been rendered. How will you deal with that aspect of the judiciary's current workload of cases which are stuck, part heards? You mentioned earlier when we were discussing the NCJ and how you would bring them on board, you used the word lethargy. And you're referring to the various players within the NCJ. How are you going to deal with that problem?
Attorney General, I don't know how far I can talk about this, but I think I'll be as guided as I can. You remember in the Goldenberg case, I once told the Chief Magistrate, let her remain nameless, that I think the prosecution strategy is to outlive all of us. And I made a pledge, they will not outlive me. This is because I think the prosecution strategy was never to conclude the case. So at NCAJ, because it's all closed door, I'll be able to discuss with the other players that if you're doing a case for only a PR exercise, look for another forum other than my judiciary. You see, there are cases that are made never to be heard. Can I say this without overdoing it? If you are to have 50 accused persons on 120 charges, each of the accused with one lawyer, that is not a case that is going to be concluded within the lifetime of an individual. But you can still achieve the success by breaking it down. Those are the kind of things, very frank discussions, as a Chief Justice that I'll have. Let's not use judiciary for PR exercises. Use judiciary services when you want a case heard and concluded. And for a case to be heard and concluded, our doors are open. And it's not for us to decide for them how to do their work. It is their constitutional right. But it's equally our constitutional right to say, please do not use us as the doormat so that you say judiciary is the one to blame. As you very rightly say, Goldenberg now is every accused person has died, and they died with that tag of having been accused persons. I shed tears when the last accused person died, because in all probability, there was no criminal culpability on the person that I have in mind.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. In the context of Article 160, how independent is the judiciary in your view, Senior Counsel?
Judiciary, and here I think we need to distinguish current and past. Past, I doubt whether it would have been said to be independent as an institution.
Let's deal with the current.
Current, I would say judiciary is fairly independent. I emphasize the word fairly independent because judiciary needs to do a little bit more. Is to show that independence, not just the decisional independence by institutional independence. And Attorney General, let me quote this, let me say this. You see, the more our affairs are made public, the more that people see the case is being decided on merit, the more that somebody says that on their phone they can be able to see the progress of the case, the more we shall actually have 100% rating is very independent. I'll say this. The best antiseptic is sunshine. Sunshine becomes the best antiseptic. Let's open our affairs to the public, and that sunshine will actually show how independent we are. We are almost at the verge. Let's do the next 1 mile, and everybody will see this is a very independent judiciary. For decisional independence, I think that is something that I cannot comment. I would need to do a bit of empirical analysis, do a bit of review before I say what rating we are at. But I'll say, even for decisional independence, by and large, practitioners, and here I think Commissioner may agree with me, by and large, practitioners feel that the judiciary of today is very, very independent.
So, in that vein, Senior Counsel, as Chief Justice, as the President of the Supreme Court, and as Chair of the Judicial Service Commission, what would you do to bring about what you call fairly independent into the sunshine you have just described? What steps would you take?
Yes, I'll open judiciary to the sunshine, and the sunshine will come.
How will you?
Number one, we have better IT capacity, better case management systems. No files are disappearing because now they are digital. In South Africa, they have the files, the storage in court and another off-site, so that at no time would anything be said to be missing. And those are the steps, amongst others, that will bring the sunshine into the judiciary. We are just on the verge of that transition.
Thank you. Now, you've been in the corridors of the courts for 40 years. And if anybody can tell us whether there is corruption in the judiciary, it would have to be you, Senior Counsel. How would you respond to that?
It can't be only me, Attorney General. The talk about corruption in the judiciary is at two levels. There's corruption at registry level, which to me is very insidious because it's there and you cannot see it. You know, Attorney General is a former practitioner as well, that will pay court fees and be given a receipt, only to realize that that was a dummy receipt. That money never went to judiciary. So one way of getting rid of that is using e-filing. By e-filing, you eliminate that type of corruption completely. And that, I think, has substantially been done. But having done that, you need audit system, periodic audit systems, so that there is no enterprising Kenyans getting into that sum of money. Then you come to the judicial officers. That is an area, that is the area that I think I would want to deal with as efficiently as possible. We do this really through a process of trying to inculcate ethical values, ethical virtues, and the more we do this, the more we'll get out of any perception of corruption. But needless to say, if there is any obvious case of corruption, not just obvious, if there is any case of corruption, we take it up as JSC.
But Senior Counsel, you're well aware, even when Chief Justice Emeritus William Otunga came on board, he worked very, very hard to deal with the issue of corruption even at the individual level. There have been commissions which have worked tirelessly and rendered reports and recommendations, and you are aware of them. The Judiciary Training Institute has offered training even on the ethical values that you speak about. How are you going to overcome this almost resistance that seems to be embedded within the judiciary?
The more we use the tools that I'm proposing, where you can see that a judicial officer went to court on this date at this time, did this case, and this is his decision, you are able to look at that decision with the necessary parameters and see whether it's within the law. That is one approach. The other approach is we can never give up on trying to inculcate the correct work ethics. Because the minute we start giving up, it is to give up on our own selves. So I'll still do as much as I can to try and inculcate the correct approaches to life, because it's those approaches that will bring us collective victory and collective success. So much as I know of all the efforts which have been done, including the commission you headed, Attorney General, including the interventions you had at the Court of Appeal, I will still not give up. I will soldier on, because this is a battle that must be won. Corruption cannot reign in judiciary. Corruption is a battle that must be conquered by the deliberate effort and the purposeful effort of the Chief Justice and the other members of the judiciary who the Chief Justice will be working with. It's not a one-man show, it is a collective effort.
Thank you. You spoke about the interdependence of the three arms of government. Would you consider the judiciary to be a threat to the other two arms of government?
Threat it could be, just like the other two arms could be a threat to judiciary. You can be a threat if you do not understand your constitutional mandate. If you understand your constitutional mandate, you cannot be a threat to the other arms of government. That is why, for example, it's a well-developed principle, which I would wish to even talk about at JTI, about judicial restraint. Judicial restraint is because we all understand the other actors in the economy have their own, for example, constitutional mandate to undertake. But of course, if there is conflict in how they undertake those mandates, it becomes a justiciable issue which then falls on us. So we can never be a threat if we restrict ourselves to the four corners of our constitutional mandate.
Could you elaborate on that and tell us how, as Chief Justice, you would seek to ensure that there is no undermining by the judiciary on the other two arms of government?
It's judicial overreach. And by judicial overreach, I mean matters which are not justiciable. We are not in the business of politics at all. That is not within us. But in politics, there may come an issue that is that is legal. For example, impeachment of a governor is a political process. But in that process, if there is any infraction of a legal right, then we take it up. But for the political process, we are averse to it. So, Attorney General, my view of the matter would be this: let every judge understand what is within our mandate, and that is quite easy. We have brilliant judges, and let's not have activism in judiciary, which can therefore mean that we start having unnecessary unnecessary attacks with the other arms of government.
But how would you do that, Senior Counsel, bearing in mind the independence of the individual judge? Where do you draw the line between what you've just called activism and independence of the judge?
Very well. I'll do this as JTI. That is our home. And in that home, we are able to talk about our businesses quite clearly. In that home, we shall be able to espouse what is our parameters. In that home, we'll be able to say what is now judicial overreach. Could I give an example? In South Africa, when former President Bashir went there, a High Court judge issued, as you may recall, an order to arrest him. And he followed it up the following day with a further order that he must be arrested. And Attorney General, I'm sure you will recall, the cabinet had to meet and reprimand judiciary for what they said you are now getting into very explosive areas of foreign policy. Those are the things that maybe with retrospect, one would have seen that these are matters which are not entirely justiciable. But that is something that, of course, within JTI, you are able, with your brothers and sisters, to be able to define parameters of what is justiciable and what is not justiciable.
Thank you. Finally, going back to the 41 judges. Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, I think, said that he had sought to engage the appointing authority in vain. He had made phone calls which remained unanswered. And earlier on you indicated that you would seek to dialogue. What happens, Senior Counsel, what will you do or would do in the event that your attempts to make those calls was also met with tomb-like silence?
I would want to see the two situations quite different, for the simple reason that situations can never be identical. And I'm not here to pass judgment on his style and my style. I do believe that as head of judiciary, there must be a way you're able to reach out to the Speaker of National Assembly, because he is a co-equal, or Speaker of the Senate, because we are all working for the people of Kenya. My approach is this. I'll approach it from Adam Smith. It's not benevolence you're looking for. It is an understanding that judiciary does not exist for itself. Judiciary exists for the people of Kenya. Approaching it from that principle, I do not see anybody not being unable to have a dialogue, because I am not doing this for self, but I'm doing it for the people of Kenya. Understood in that context, and since all the persons that we are talking about are, number one, patriots of the highest order, leaders of the highest order, I should be able to have a structured meeting with the three arms of government at any time. And I repeat once again, it's not benevolence, as Adam Smith in this book of Wealth of Nations says, but something for the common good of the people of Kenya.
I am grateful, Senior Counsel, for having answered those questions, and would have no more. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. I will now request Commissioner Patrick Gishohi to ask his questions.
Thank you, Professor. Council, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Very good. I want us to focus on something different. You have spoken very eloquently about the judiciary, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, and all those issues. I want us to focus in one key areas as you come in, if you get this position, and I pray you get it, as the chairperson of the commission. And I want us to remain on the commission itself.
This commission?
This commission. As soon as you get to the office, the first thing that you'll be able to get is a report by the consultants that was submitted to this commission, I think in 2019. In that report is about the review of the organization in terms of its operations. We are at the stage of implementation. As the chairperson of the commission, they have raised two issues that I would wish you to reflect on. One, governance efficiency of the commission is below average. Efficiency of the governance structure of the commission is below average. Two, weak performance management system, among others. That report will be on your desk if you get this position. Will you share with this commission how you address those two issues that are very prominent in that report by the consultants?
Commissioner, not being privy to what led to such low grades, because these are very low grades, not being privy to what happened for you to be below 50%, I may be a little hard-pressed to say what prescription I'll come up with. But I can say this. As a Chief Justice,
Chairman of the Commission,
and Chairman of the Commission, I will not only look at the report, because the report is the end product of a process. I will start off with where did we start doing things the wrong way? Because to have a grade that we are below average is an embarrassment to all of us. But there may be concerns and interventions that were not done at the right time. So I would want to see why didn't we do those interventions early enough? Why is our performance weak? I would want to see as many of those reasons as possible. And again, working with this commission, instead of us now saying how awful we have been rated, I will actually roll up my sleeves and say, look, ladies and gentlemen, we must get to over 90% at the next assessment.
Honorable Counsel, that's what I'm looking for. The instruments that you are going to put in place to take us to that level, as our leader, as a commission, as the chair of the commission, if you can be able to share with us one or two issues that you do to take us to that level of 90%.
That's what I indicated. I would want to know why we went to that low level first. That's the first port of call.
Yeah.
Because when you get a result, Commissioner, a result that is 40%, you may not be able to prescribe what is wrong without understanding what led to the 40%.
Okay.
So the first tool I'll look at is our history. When was the last assessment done? What has happened in the intervening period? And what is it that we didn't do correctly?
Okay.
Yes.
I think, Senior Counsel, what my colleague is looking for is hypothetical indicators. You know, I mean, if you are to assess, in your opinion, what would be assessed, even if it's hypothetical, you must have an idea of what would be assessed.
I see. I'll look at the leadership.
Leadership?
Leadership would be one of the things that I'll look at. I'll look at the collectivity. By collectivity, I mean, what are the other members' input or lack of input into that leadership? I'll look at the implementation. Those are some of the things that I'll be looking for.
Okay. I'm sure you have looked at the kind of structure we have the commission. and you're talking about the mechanism of making sure that the commission is accountable. Yeah, earlier on, you talked about accountability in terms of the members, in terms of the staff. I would like to hear from you, what mechanism will you put in place to ensure that the commission remains accountable in terms of the structures?
I'll put every measure in place. I will, number one, look at the regularity of the meetings, the agendas set out in the for the meetings, the way we transact our business, and more important, Commissioner, as you know, it is also the follow-up and the implementation of the decisions.
Okay.
So that if you have a weakness at any one of those levels, then you are not able to fulfill your constitutional mandate, which is set out in Article 160. It is 171. You know, you have a constitutional obligation.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's take the case of the staff, and you have to ensure that your staff remains motivated, productive, and efficient. We have human resource manual. We have policies that govern human resources. I would like to hear from you, as the chairperson of the commission, what programs you put in place to ensure that the staff are productive, efficient, and their performance measured?
Yes. One of the things I think in every large organization, not large, it's all organizations, is a bit, you've got to look at staff welfare.
The staff welfare, yes.
And there are certain very quick wins that you could have with staff welfare. Look at a medical scheme, for example.
It's in place.
Medical scheme for staff is one of the things that is very endearing, particularly when you have staff who are young, of childbearing age, and with young families. That becomes almost a must-do, because you reduce the stresses associated with taking a child to hospital and then the money required. If we can have a staff medical scheme and make sure that at all times it's valid.
Okay. Talk a little bit about reward and sanctions as far as human resources is concerned in terms of the judiciary.
Yes.
Yes.
Reward
and sanctions.
Yes. Reward is something that is very nice and has been tested in a few blue chip companies, where you can have performance indicators. If you go beyond this performance level or you achieve this, there will be a reward. And it's something that people look forward to. And a lot of blue chip companies all over the world have reward schemes, and of course they have sanctions. Because you can't just have reward. If you do not achieve to your target, there should be a sanction.
Okay. The other question that maybe you need to discuss is the issue of financial accountability. There are three words that you normally use in public service: source, spend, and account. As the chairperson of the commission, the buck will stop at you in terms of financial accountability. Would you expound a little bit on source of the funds, spending on the fund, and accounting for the funds? What will guide you?
Yes. I'll be guided by the law as always. The source is really no other than National Assembly.
National Assembly.
I will do everything possible at the earliest opportunity to engage with the Budget Committee, as you are aware, as a former very resourced person in it. You start off at the Budget Committee, you go to the Justice and Law Committee. Equally important is the Speaker of the House.
Okay.
And then from there you go to National Treasury with the Cabinet Secretary, so that everything is done. But allow me to say this, Commissioner. It pains me to see that the Treasury Fund has never been made operational.
You're coming to that.
Ah, good.
Go to the next spend. You have sourced the money?
You've sourced the money.
Yes.
But you see, you can source the money and it's a budget item, but it's not been given to you, which therefore means CRJ has got to make endless trips to Treasury for releases which are done piecemeal. That in itself becomes a problem, because then the spending, you may not be able to absorb it.
Okay.
And this is one of the things that I found out when I was doing the Council of Governors case, that a county is given funds in June, you can't absorb it. So absorption levels are so low, 10%, 30%. So depending on your question about judiciary fund, if our funds are given like for consolidated or equalization, then our spending becomes, we are able to absorb up to 98% or 100%. Accounting is the one.
Before we come to accounting, council, Honorable Council, my interest is the chairperson of the commission. When it comes to spending the money, what is your law?
The buck stops with me.
Yes.
Although I will not micromanage on a day-to-day basis, we must have very clear, very, very, very clear spending parameters, what we are spending it for. If it is for construction, it's clearly earmarked. And these are not things that we simply assume they are being done.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to hear from you. What do you expect to get from your accounting officer as far as that spending is concerned?
Very well. I would want to see a budget.
The budget is there already?
Is budget. Number two, we have been allocated so much. What are we going to spend it for? Number three, the procurement processes.
Procurement.
Because if there are no procurement processes, then you are dealing in darkness.
Okay.
And you can't fly in blindness.
Let's go to accounts.
Yes. The account, we owe it to the people of Kenya to account to them. The annual report, the annual report that is generated, it is a legal requirement. We must table it to Parliament. And as a matter of fact, that is a document that shows what we have been given. We have accounted for it to the last cent.
Okay, let's go back to the judiciary fund, which is actually, it has been enacted, you have the regulations, but we are still not there. Now, as the chairperson of the commission, I'm very interested in terms of the operation of that fund, and in terms of your strategic partnership, what will you do to at least to ensure that that fund gets the money that is in operation?
As I was preparing for this interview, I took some time to understand why what is as obvious as day follows night has not taken place. And one of the things I saw is that there's an argument about the Public Finance Management Act requiring this and requiring that.
Yeah.
Being a lawyer more attuned with the Constitution, I'll engage the other stakeholders.
Specific stakeholders?
I'll engage National Treasury.
National Treasury, what level?
Sorry?
At what level as a chairperson?
CS. CS.
CS, yes.
Speaker of the National Assembly. I don't know who other person is. Maybe the Auditor General. I also saw there is a reference to Auditor General. And whoever other is key person is a key impediment to the act being operationalized.
Okay.
And I would want us to understand that judiciary fund is no less than equalization fund. And they are set up by the same constitution. So let us not play statute law as a way to impede judiciary to have financial autonomy.
Okay, Council, since you have talked on that issue, if you look at the Constituency Development Fund, at least they allocated 2.5% of the revenue. Now, in terms of the judiciary, we are not yet there.
you believe we get to come out here every day?
So what do we do now?
We take it day by day. I have to believe that something good is gonna come out of this.
92.9. Hii ni KBC Radio Taifa.
Kila kitu maishani sina sauti yaleta furaha. Sauti ya elimisha yahimiza yatuleta pamoja. Sauti ya Kenya.
Radio Taifa.
Je, umeomoka? Kama hujaomoka kwenye Quickbit ndio mambo yote. Hapa tuko na fridge, kodi yake ni CM. Tuko na gas cooker, kodi yake ni CK. Tuko na TV, kodi yake ni TV. Tuko na simu aina ya Samsung ni SM, ama Oppo ni Oppo. My friend, mahali popote unanitizama, eka hizo kodi zake kisha utume kwa 4032353. 4032353, alafu utakuwa unaomoka na hizi bidhaa. Kumbuka, kwenye Quickbit ni bila bora zaidi kwa bei ya chini kwa chini.
A very good afternoon to you. Thank you so much. You're just in time for the latest in Kenya and beyond borders. We got a comprehensive news bulletin lined up for you, and we invite you to be part of it. At KBC Channel 1 is where you can interact with us at Safin_Acheng and Safin Acheng on Facebook. On Twitter, Safin_Acheng. Of course, we also going to be streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. So in case you cannot be able to stay in front of your TV set, carry us along with you. We welcome you as we kickstart this broadcast. My name is Safin Acheng Oma. Today there's a lot that has been happening in our country on the 7th day of interviews as the country seeks the next Chief Justice. Today on the hot seat we had Fred Ngatia, the 65-year-old who is seeking to fill the position that was left vacant by former Chief Justice David Maraga after he retired after 70 years. Fred Ngatia has had quite a time to just answer to some of the questions posed by panelists from the Judicial Service Commission on his track record, what he has done in the judiciary. He has an experience of over 40 years as a magistrate, and of course just talking more about what he seeks to do for the country and along the corridors of justice if he becomes the next Chief Justice. Let's just cross over there and listen into part of the interview that is currently underway, by the way, and then we'll come back and continue informing you on what is happening in Kenya.
Establishment of these small claims courts, I do realize that you did allude to that earlier on, but I want to be very clear. Would it be part of your first agenda in your platform?
Yes, because small claims court, Commissioner, are a win in many ways. Currently, the backlog that I think we were discussing with your colleagues, the backlog in our system are those claims. Claims of 500,000, claims of this. These are the kind of claims that could very legitimately be transited to the small claims court. So it is actually a long overdue activity. If it could even be implemented tomorrow, all the better. And immediately you see from a case backlog of, say, 200,000, you may reduce that by 100,000. So this backlog is something that needs a very comprehensive view. Because if you take, say, 100,000 cases from the magistrate's court, then you free them to deal with the cases which are beyond the pecuniary jurisdiction.
So, Counsel, you're saying that in case you get this position and within 100 days, still be allowed here, God willing, we shall be able to see this small claims court on and running?
Immediate. They should be immediate. Okay. They should be immediate. As quickly as humanly possible.
Okay.
And they are not difficult to do, as I understand it.
Before I go to my final question, I want us to look at communication strategy. You see, communication is very, very important.
Senior Counsel Frederick Ngatia there, just answering to some of the questions being raised. Just as he defends his aspiration of becoming the country's next Chief Justice, he is among the 10 candidates who were shortlisted for this position, a position that attracted about